Yo, what up? So, Pork recommended that I start Limbus Company tonight, so I'll be doing that. But I think, I didn't confirm this, so I'm just going kind of off the cuff here. I think it goes live in 2 hours my time. So in the meantime, I'll be messing around with my tablet here. I've wanted to remake this Doro GIF, but with Speaky for a while now. This is just the same Speaky that I made for that little animation I did on Valentine's Day. So I very well might just redraw this. We'll see how this ends up going. And then I also have Matt's wheel to work on. I have the Risk of Rain character wheel here. So we'll see what I end up working on tonight. And I could also just draw. If I'm being honest, I'm probably going to just start drawing in a bit. This is my favorite Doro GIF, and like I said, I would want to remake it with Speaky. Where is everything here? It's gotta zoom in is the thing, so having a bit more than is visible here is fine. Joe. Another Speaky enjoyer in the chat right there. Mad respect. I love Doro. I've never played Nikke. I love Speaky. I've played a decent bit of Trickle. This is my favorite Doro chip, so I want to make it with Speaky. This is actually supposed to be under her, so they can get away with raising this up. Drawful? Is Drawful one of those Pictionary games? Because I've done those. I've done not Drawful, but Gartic Phone before. I urge. You know what, since we're going to be playing Limbus later, I've been wanting to hear the... Ever since the stream the other night, I've been wanting to hear more of the opening from Library of Ruina. In fact, I won't lie, I was singing it. How do I say this without sounding like a psycho? I was singing in the car while doing an errand today. It's been stuck in my head the whole time. I'm still trying to get Speaky. I keep getting the new ones like Gion, Rone, and Naya. It took so many pulls for me to get Naya, and that's just because I didn't have a green healer yet, so... I haven't even done the story from her event yet. I'm trying to save my pulls for, the younger version of... Oh god, hang on. Give me a moment. Do I still have it here? Yeah, I still have it here. I had Diana. Diana made this for, Valentine's Day. I don't think it'll actually animate in here, right? Oh yeah, it will. Anyway. I'm trying to save all my pulls for her. But apparently we're not getting her for a long time. Anyway. Tonight I'll be trying out Limbus Company. I've been playing the Project Moon games the last like year or so, and I mean apparently there's a good event happening tonight or update or something. I don't know what a Walpurgis is. I think that's what Port called it last night. But we'll be doing that later. Did I not click repeat? Oh, shout out to whoever uploaded that. They have an extra 30 seconds of silence at the end of the video. Come on, bro. Well, give me just a moment. I think, honestly, we'll just extend this a little bit. Because, like, I can't... I don't think I can, anyway. I don't think I can show you the GIF that I'm trying to recreate. Maybe I can? It's this Doro GIF. It's my favorite one. Oh, I can! It's a slow pan in. Background turns a gradient purple. Then she gets the shocked face and the frames get boiled for a bit. 95 frames, huh? And the camera keeps panning in. I wonder if I can get away with using a VCam for that. Well, the fact that I can import that's honestly, like, great info. But let me pull that up. Limbus company opening. I hope this doesn't get me VOD muted later. Oh, wait, wait, that's Limbus. Library of Ruina. I haven't heard the Limbus company opening yet. Or if I have, it's only been once. Give me the opening, YouTube. I found a wiki that has, like, all of the Trickle characters we don't have yet, by the way. There's, like, double of what we have. Like, we're so far behind, apparently. It's kind of shocking. I'm new to Limbus, but I have no idea what Walpurgis is. I'm on Canto 6, and I hear all these spoilers. No spoilers for me. I've been doing the whole Project Moon game spoiler-free. I've been doing blind playthroughs this whole time. Can I just extend these? Not really. Huh. Can I do it this way? Yes. I think a good dimension for Twitter is 720 by 720. Oh, I already have it set to that. Okay, never mind. Anyway, let's see. I might just start drawing just whatever in a bit, if I don't like how this comes out. I don't think I've seen the actual Musan Pro animation this one's from, so I'm just gonna kind of guess here. I've seen a couple of them and they're all very good, but again, I don't know anything about Nikkei. You're not going to see behind Speaky back here, so the fact that this is unfinished is fine. See. There's something oddly more green about the left one, or maybe my eyes are just broken. Maybe I'm just crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here and edit this. Okay, can have a face layer over here. I need to pull up what her face normally looks like. Speaky trick cow. Happy. Don't follow me on Twitter, by the way. Half of my feed is just speaky memes. Oh, this one's perfect. I've seen this animation before as well. I'm gonna use this as a reference. I think this is fine. It's technically skewed, that's why my thing came out looking like this when I pasted it in, but it'll be fine. Howdy, Roland. Amazing. I feel like I'm missing some context there. Okay. Opening's good, but maybe hearing it on loop, not as much. Just pick a random playlist. It's kind of loud, huh? Say something like a 120%. Should be good enough. Oh, I need that. I'll just make this another object. Speaky base old. Just get rid of it for now. Yeah, not a whole lot changes. I'm only now noticing that Doro doesn't have eyebrows, though. So goddamn cute, bro. It's the only reason I started playing Trickle right here. You're looking at her. I actually don't have her in-game either. I do have the pet version, which you see here. But I don't have the actual unit. She showed up in my Instagram like a virus and I had to say yes. I don't even remember when I first saw her. But I just started seeing memes and then more memes and then more memes and I've never been the same, honestly. Jerry Paper? His music's really weird, but I kind of like it. Yeah, we'll hear it. I haven't heard this album in a while. She's just so fucking cute. It's the same with Nikke. Like, I'll probably never play Nikke, but I just really love Doro. Am I following for marketing? Because I don't think either of these were official mascots at first. I think Doro is now officially, and I want to say Speaky's the new app icon for Trickle. I could be wrong. Oh, no, I think it's still Comey, actually. I only like the memes where she's happy, though. There's a lot of memes out there where they just fuck with her. I don't fuck with that. It's not welcome here. This little thing should be happy. I want that same kind of mouth. I think Comey's a cat. Butter's a dog. Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it is Comey. So what happens in the mouth here? It opens up and it gets like a little exaggerated chin thingy. I just noticed she has like the trickle cheeks here. I never put two and two together there. If I see this GIF ever used in the wild, I'll be quite happy. Because when I see Speaky and Doro posts, it's always just people replying in the replies on Twitter. Anyway, I don't use any other platform. It's all just the same GIFs over and over again. Doro's assembled. Speaky this, Doro that. I like the Doro GIF where it's like a black screen, and then it like fades to white, and it's like Doro holding a rose. That one's also quite funny. So, my tablet's kind of lagging, and I don't know why. Perfect. Honestly, I think that is perfect. I guess I can move this down a little bit. So it is a zoom in. It's a cut. It's a cut around 25 frames in, which is just zoom in on the face with a continual zoom in until frame 95. I could do this incredibly easily, but is everything lined up right now? That's what I want to know. I'm going to hit Control Enter. You're not going to see the preview. Well, I guess I can show you. I don't like showing scene, the scene view, because this is just showing you my straight up tablet. If like an email popped up right now, well, congrats, that email's on stream. Anyway, this is what I see when I export it. We're gonna zoom in a little bit. 25 frames in, it's gonna cut. We're gonna keep zooming in. Background's gonna fade to purple. Mouth's gonna open. Frame's gonna get boiled, and we're done. Anyway. And honestly, I think we'll still have like an hour of time to burn, so I'll figure out something else to work on. So, do I need a VCam? Do I even have a functioning VCam anymore? Oh, yeah, shout out OneDrive. I never wanted that shit on my computer. Get out of here. I guess I don't need one. How am I gonna recreate this? So, what if I made the background an object? Does the background move at all? I guess in a sense. Give me a second. VCam action script 2. The later versions of Flash just have this built in. You needed to actually kind of program it in the older versions. This is an older version. Okay, I'm not trusting a random ass the Google Drive link. Sorry. Alright, we'll just do this the ghetto way. The background is now an object. Maybe we don't need the Doro example there, though. I think I can just use transform for this. If the anchor point is the center. We're basically just gonna, in the most ghetto way possible, emulate a camera zooming in by making the object bigger. So it's gonna slowly go out like that. It's gonna pan to where it's much more zoomed in and slowly zoom in some more. I think. It's very minimal until the zoom in. I think, well, Purgus is like LobCorp, but it's egos and IDs. I am 100% blind on Limbus. I don't even know what the gameplay is like. I'm early into Ruina. I stream it every Tuesday, by the way. And then I finished LobCorp 2 or 3 weeks ago, finally. put that Doro reference on another layer, actually. When does WAP come out? I'm on CST. I think my friend yesterday told me it'd be around 9 my time, and it's about to be 8. So maybe an hour 15. Don't hold me on that. I've never played Limbus. I booted it up last night just to install it. 14 gigs, by the way. That's a lot of space. But I made room. Since I'm early in Ruina, like, I've been doing the games in order, but apparently Limbus doesn't directly tie into the story, at least not heavily until the later chapters or something. Either way, I'm good to start Limbus for the anniversary event or whatever. I haven't heard this in forever, but nah. Oh, this is a good song. I'm maybe like 10 hours into Ruina. I do it every Tuesday. LobCorp took me like a year and a half. With long breaks in between, because damn dude, that game was frustrating. This looks about right. Hang on, can I get this to match the same size? It's about the same. I can maybe get away with making the background go down a little bit. Yeah, perfect. And maybe just skew that up a bit. Okay, we're gonna be real ghetto about this. It's gonna be a motion tween, so frame 25, perfect, honestly. Then I think I'll have a new blank frame. We'll grab my background object. We're gonna pan it out like that, I think. And then how much more zoomed in does it get? It cuts. Maybe like here. Doing the same thing here. I'm gonna get rid of that reference. We're going at quite a high frame rate. We'll be like 16. Wait. I'm overcomplicating this. What's stopping me from just making Speaky part of the object background? Hang on. Omega Brain? I guess I gotta line her up, but that's fine. No, ignore that. No more same library / lob cast for Limbus. You get 12 new ones, but they have their own stories. I don't know what to expect. I'm not gonna stick with it heavily, by the way. Apparently the rewards are gonna be really good, and this... I don't know, I was recommended to start it tonight, so I will. I will be sticking with Ruina, though. And then maybe when Ruina's done, I'll start streaming more Limbus. To be honest, I'm kind of mixing up their names in my head now. Okay, so this should make them both pan at the same time. Perfect! There we go. And then I think we can even zoom this in like way further. The face takes up most of the screen at this point. Maybe we can have that zoom in a little bit more. And then same thing until frame 95. It's a bit sudden. I've been thoroughly enjoying Ruina, by the way. Maybe not so much the story, just because I don't like Angela. But, gameplay-wise, Ruina's badass. And I love the character creator. It's so fucking fun. Nugget editor, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that's a little better. Motion train. It's more of a zoom in than that. Maybe like 135, 136. I'm exporting this. It's so sudden though. Why does it feel so sudden on mine? Maybe it zooms in too much here. It starts off at 91 and ends at 100. What if we ended at 97? That's a little better. And then... If I had a functional VCam, this would be so much easier, trust me. I can use code to make it stop on a certain frame, right? Oh god. I haven't done something like this in Flash in a while, so I'm racking my two brain cells here, trying to remember. Hey, Bork. What's up? I'll just make a gradient. In fact, I'll make the gradient now. But how do I get just that gradient? Yeah. You said it would be 9 p.m. my time, right, Pork? So I don't think it's live yet. Just had a pair of hot dogs. Hell yeah. so this is the background. So in front of the background, I want to make this. I guess I could make it the whole thing. Trust the plan. I'm gonna make a gradient first, though. Now, it won't have this same kind of texture because I don't have any kind of, like, blending brushes in Flash. It's a vector art program. There is no blending. But I do have a gradient tool. So we're gonna grab the darkest purple. 5, 6, 4, 4, 60. And then the brightest purple. 137, 66, 141. This might look like a Psycho Man's babbling, writing on the walls, but trust me. This is how the gradient tool works, okay? Probably want that to be a perfect square, huh? Okay, gradient tool. Sometimes it's really annoying and makes the gradient all the way over here. It's fine. This version of Flash is from like 2010. And we just want to line this up. Then you turn the darkest color. Turn the darkest color into 5, 6, 4, 4, 60, 137, 66, 141. And bam, you have a gradient. Like I said, it's not going to be the exact same kind of texture, but it's about as close as I can make it in Flash. And with like the artifacting, once I make this a GIF later, it might look pretty spot on. Okay, now I can paste this over here. Grab this, take that. I have an idea. So I'm gonna take this and we're gonna... I'm actually gonna undo what I just did. Well, okay. I'm gonna apply... Oh, well, actually, it's not even an object yet. We'll do purple BG as the name. We're gonna apply alpha all the way to 0, so it's completely invisible. Now in the main scene, I'm gonna right-click, duplicate symbol, and we're gonna name this BG purple transition, I guess. What is this sobbing creature? Oh, this is Speaky from Trick Out. It's another mobile game port. It's the only mobile game I'm playing right now. Well, I guess tonight I'll be starting Limbus, but I won't be doing Limbus much off stream, I don't think. This is Speaky. It's basically like a mascot character. She's really fucking cute. I love her. Although Purgus IDs look like LobCorp ones with guns. Again, I don't know anything about anything with Limbus. We'll find out, I guess. That's what my buddy Pork here is for. He's the resident Project Moon guy. Same with Alonso, but I haven't seen Alonso show up yet. Oh wait, actually... Oh, never mind. We're fine. I thought this was an Anamanaguchi song, but no, it's Jun Kuroda, I think. Anamanaguchi gets your VOD muted, sadly. Okay, so... this is fine, but now over here... I'm gonna make a motion tween. How many frames does it take to turn fully purple? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Maybe 10, considering it's like halves there. Okay. Then we'll do 10 frames. From here to here, we will have that alpha slider go back to 100%. However, I'm also going to have another frame right here. And it's simply going to have the code. I think you can see the code down here. I don't know if that like displays on the stream or not. I think it does. I think this will stop it from looping. I haven't touched ActionScript in a very long time. I'm going to find out here. It works! It works! By God, it works! Hang on, I'll show you guys. I gotta go to scene capture, and then I'm gonna export it. I remember my basic-ass stuff. BAM! Look at that! And then we actually gotta animate her face now. Oh, and this other one's Doro from Nikke Port. This is my favorite Doro GIF, and I'm just animating Speaky doing it. Okay, the mouth immediately starts opening on that frame, right? Yeah. And then it's just the same thing boiled a couple of times. Oh, wait, are you still seeing my scene capture? You are. Again, I don't have anything on here that I would... Okay, look. If, like, an email pops up, hello, Mr. Streamer, real name. We're gonna show this on your other monitor for some reason. I don't want to risk that happening, so... Let me remember to tab out of that. Yikes. Anyway. This looks good, but... No, I think this is fine. I was thinking I would have a problem, but we'll immediately start animating the face now, right? But I think I need to do the same thing where we're actually going to go here and duplicate symbol, so this is a different object. We will name this just Speaky Mouth Open. So that's all that happens, right? The face stays, like everything stays the same, just the mouth opens. Yeah. It's very, like, goofy, honestly, in a cute way. It's like maybe 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5. I mean, that works out perfectly, I think. Okay, so this is Speaky Mouth Open now. I can edit this however I want. I will animate it the same way they do. I'll even borrow the pink from this. It's actually not very far off from the cheek pink. I'll use that one instead. I think if you introduce too many colors, it adds more data to a GIF or something. I don't know, man. GIFs are confusing. Where's my onion skin? She looks so silly, man. I love her. Again, if even one, if I see in the wild even one person use this as a GIF on Twitter, I'll be very happy. I wouldn't know where to upload it though, for it to show up on like the Twitter GIF search. Were you really not familiar with Speaky, Pork? I mean, I guess it would make sense if you don't follow any other mobile games. This is like my entire Twitter feed the last like 2 months, and I'm happy about it. We'll have the last one be kind of big. Ooh. Fear of Dark, I think. Real good chiptune stuff from this guy. Speaking of chiptunes, and I did mention Anamanaguchi earlier, apparently the new Scott Pilgrim game came out. And before anyone rolls their eyes, I don't know anything about Scott Pilgrim. I know it's a graphic novel or something, but the only thing I know about it, I haven't even seen the movie. I played the game back on the PS3. It had a fucking killer pixel art style, and the music was by Anamanaguchi. And I love their stuff. Although, the last time I played their stuff, I got the VOD muted, so I can't really pull it up. Anyway, it came out yesterday, the new game. Kind of flew under my radar. I still have the original on my PS3, and I've been meaning to stream that. I think I'm one day behind Limbus update in my time zone. Again, I'm just... Pork, we got a confirmation on the exact starting time? Pork's even still here. So far, I've done nothing but update the game. Since it had like 14 gigs to download. She looks so silly. I think that's what it is. It's because this whole thing's animated in like 2s. So that looks much more natural. Oh, and the face is going to keep animating if I don't do that stop thing I did earlier, so... Make a new frame right here. And it will simply say stop. However, on this frame, I would like to turn Speaky into another object. We'll do Speaky boiled frame 1. Speaky boiled frame 2. And all that's going to happen in these objects is I will do 3 frames. This one will be boiled a bit. This one will be boiled a little less. So it's giving off that kind of like vibrating feel that the Doro GIF gives. That's called boiling. Normally you would draw the same thing multiple times. Like I'll give you an example. Let me throw on. But you would draw it ever so slightly differently, right? And then when you play this specific part back, it's gonna look like it's jittering a bunch. I will show you perfectly. Just these 3. We'll bump this down to like 12 frames a second. See? But in Flash, we have a cheat code, us Flash animators. And that cheat code is very simply just smooth it a bit. So instead of having to redraw that 3 times, I just hit smooth on it a couple times, and that edits everything just enough that it gives off that same feel. See? And now I'm going to do that for the body. Okay, I'm going to do that the same thing down here. I'll do the same thing. Let me preview it. Oh my god, I think it's pretty spot on. Hang on. Oh, but the face doesn't, okay, I can fix that. The face doesn't boil as well. Yeah, I can fix that. And it doesn't quite zoom in enough the second time around. That's also something I can fix. The first story in the game I thought was really good. I stayed up super late to finish it. It felt life-changing. Damn! Limbus, you mean? I'm not sure it'll impact me the same way, but, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. In fact, I thought I'd be done with Speaky by now, but we're already over an hour in. Let's see. So I can make this an object. Speaky face foiled frame, I guess. And we'll do the exact same thing. See, it gives that same feel. Also, I'm still on the scene capture. Let me fix that. Oh, oops. Although the boiling on here is, like, intense. Maybe I can even try to emulate that a little bit. Maybe we should have the eyebrows kind of shift up as well. More Jerry paper. I'll skip this one though. I don't know anything about Idolmaster, except that we're never getting it in English, and it's probably better off for it. Maybe I can get away with just doing this. So this will just have the eyebrows go up and down constantly? I kind of like it, but I also kind of don't like it. I'll show you on stream. Hang on. Is that too much? I do think it doesn't zoom out enough in that little pan. Or rather, zoom in enough. And I want to say that's an easy fix. So we take the starting size, go to transform, it's 127 and it ends at 136. What if it started at 136? And ended at 146. Is that better? Yes, I think. Are the eyebrows too much? I think I'm done. Yeah, I think I'm done. Let me export this as a Swift file. I'll look at that one more time. Maybe, okay, hang on. I think I can get away with maybe making the eyebrows move a little less. Ah! You normally don't want to have so many objects in objects, because it gets a little confusing, but... This is only... It's not like a big file or anything. So I think I'll be fine. And then, in one of these frames, the smooth thing got rid of the mouth. Yeah, right here. It didn't get rid of it, but it, like... got rid of the 3 shape. There you go. I don't think that made sense, but maybe you get me. Alright, we're done. Export that one more time. I'm tempted to put my name in the bottom left, but that seems a little... I don't know, I'm a nobody. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Alright, time to figure out what to do for the next 40 minutes. I think I'm just gonna draw. I wanted to do something LobCorp related, but I technically did recently. A viewer request was Malkuth holding a Monster Hunter plushie. And I did actually animate this as well. I ain't doing that shit for free ever again, though. That was a lot of time. If you watch on the Twitch side of my stream, you can earn enough points to get a drawing eventually. Also, it's not animated unless I export it. Hang on. The outline isn't supposed to animate. It's only there for the 1 frame. So you normally wouldn't see that in the finished animation, so anyway. Okay, Speaky's done. I think I'm just gonna draw. But I don't know if I want to draw in Flash, because it was feeling kind of laggy. I'll give it a whirl. Like there, it already ate 1 brushstroke. There's another brushstroke eaten. There's a 3rd one. Okay, yeah, nah, that's too many brushstrokes eaten. Let me close Flash and I'll move over to another art program. One of the best Snail's House songs. It's very quiet, though. Okay, what do? I think my computer in general right now is just chugging. Because this and this are a prime example of my tablet lagging or like some kind of drop input. It feels really bad trying to draw when your line doesn't come out at all or halfway. I'll still try. Do something simple and I'll do like a medi. This is actually massive, though. Hang on. I think I can probably work with a smaller brush. Yeah. Let me grab a reference. Howdy. The evil delaying arbiter? Is that a Limbus thing? I wouldn't know. I'm 100% blind on it. I think Bina was an arbiter, right? Might be getting my terminology wrong here. I think I still have time until the update's live, right? So I'm just drawing. I will admit, there are a lot of Project Moon fans out there. I feel like whenever I do LobCorp or Ruina, or I guess now Limbus, and tons of people show up. I never really hear it talked about. I guess I don't follow, but outside of like Doro and Speaky, I don't really follow gacha gaming news. My window is alarmingly orange. And my neighbor's shed has exploded once in the past. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna check on that. Okay, false alarm. Thank God. Don't want to go through that shit again. Howdy, Urge. Is it time for the update yet? I'm assuming Pork will show up when it's time. I'll stop drawing then. Oh, we hit the sub goal, by the way. It's 8:30 p.m. my time, Central. I think at the end of this month, I'll do the art stream, and I'll have tally up everyone's chat contributions. An exact date, I'll have to get back to you on that later. But we did hit the follow goal, the sub goal on YouTube. $11:35 in Korea. Update's going on right now. Gotcha. I mean, I can keep drawing. I got no plans tomorrow. I gotta look up what a pumpkin looks like again. Hang on. Obagi. Around my time, it usually goes off around 8 p.m. What's your current time, Urge? Oh my, I still have an hour and a half until the Limbus update? Oh god, maybe I should have played a game instead of drawn. Gives me time, I guess. What the whoa? Is that Raruku? It's Raruku, what's up, bro? Oh, I animated Speaky Raruku. You wanna take a look? It's my favorite Doro GIF, but Speaky. It's gotta give me a minute for my Adobe Flash to load. If I say I animated it, it's my favorite Doro GIF, I just did it with Speaky. I used the same Speaky from the other day. From the Valentine's Day post. If I ever see someone use this in the wild as like a reaction GIF, because you know they use these a lot on Twitter, I'll be very happy. I don't have the GIF loaded in here, but I did it earlier. And it's the same thing, just with Doro. It's from a Musan Pro animation. Yeah, I'll post it later. The plan tonight was to stream for a bit and then do the Limbus Company, start doing Limbus Company with the update. But apparently I still got like an hour and a half. I don't know what I'm going to do to fill the time. I'm half tempted to cut the stream here and just come back in like an hour. But I don't know. Alright, there's your sneak preview, Roku. I'll be posting that on Twitter later. I wouldn't know what to tag it and whatnot, though. Remember to add a massive hand or arm in the picture? Oh, I could have had her. I could have had her on the hand. You know what I mean? There's an idea. Lobotomy abnorb rankings, maybe? That's an option. The more low poly art the hand is, the funnier it is, yeah. Inclined to agree with you there. I've been wanting to stream Trickle. They have a really fun event sometimes on the weekend. But I don't know how to stream from my phone. I tried streaming on YouTube, but it just only picks up my camera, not an app. There's a decent chance it'll be laggy. It might be incredibly ghetto, but I was thinking about streaming it to Discord and then just using OBS to record Discord. And that might sound ghetto, but the stream is pretty ghetto. Next time we have that event, I think I will stream Trickle. Aw, dude, I hate BlueStacks. Like, yes, it works, but I don't like BlueStacks. I used it for a while to play Blue Archive. That was the only way I could play Blue Archive until we got the PC port last year. Yeah, BlueStacks, I forget the other emulators, but I've used them on and off for some years now. You know what? Let me pull up a picture of, I'm gonna pull up the VOD from the other Miitopia stream a couple nights ago. And I'm just gonna draw one of my characters from that. Why not? Warning, you might hear an echo of myself. Okay, no. Found it. I did go a little crazy with this one. I won't lie. But you give a man a character creator and he's gonna have fun with it, okay? Send your complaints to someone that cares. I like what I like. Hmm. I wouldn't want to accidentally see like a spoiler of something, so probably no LobCorp rankings. What if they fit like Limbus stuff in there? I want to play the game that this is from, Umihara Kawase. I almost bought it the other day, actually, because the first game went on sale for $2, and I have that much on my Steam wallet. What else am I going to buy for $2? Not a whole lot. I'm going to open the canvas up a bit. We'll go like 5,000 by 3,500? This might be cheating, but I'm just gonna grab this whole arm and rotate it. I've tried drawing on pencil and paper lately. Like, I was stuck in a doctor's office for a couple hours the other day. And I can't quite do it anymore, man. I've gotten too used to digital art. If I could get my hands on, like, an arm mount or something that I can securely keep my phone camera, or my phone in place. Phone camera doesn't make sense. You get me. I would like to do a traditional art stream. I have a light table, so I could even do, a light tablet. It's just a sheet with, like, it's just a plastic thing with LEDs in it, so your papers are completely see-through, so you can animate traditionally. My animation teacher had made one of his own, like, 15 years ago. And he had urged me to make one as well, and I unfortunately never got around to it. Because I had around that time just stopped doing traditional art. Anyway. I have a light tablet now. They just make them. They're real cheap. They're like 10, 15 bucks on Amazon. But I haven't used it all that much. In fact, do I maybe have it? Rory Animation. I think I found it. I found it. Is this a GIF? No. And honestly, there's maybe a little too much here for what I would assume would be Project Moon fans. It's fine. I think you've seen this one before, Raruku. How's the art going? Just killing time with it. Didn't realize we were so far from the update pork. I finished the Speaky animation. Came out pretty good. I'm looking forward to posting it later, honestly. Like I said, if I ever see it being used in the wild, I'll be content. Like, if someone else uses it as a reaction image, because all the Speaky and Doro posts are always just all reaction GIFs, I'll be happy. I couldn't decide who to draw, so this is one of my Miitopia characters. I beat the game the other night. Please give me a heads up when it's time for Limbus pork. Otherwise, I could catch myself drawing for hours. Or rather, fail to catch myself. Got an idea. There's a really nice soundtrack. Yasashi Maho no Tonae Kata, something like that. Just good background music. I will rescue you from the art dimension. Okay, thank you. Any word from Alonso? I would have figured he'd be back home by now, but I haven't heard from him since yesterday. Oh my god. I'm scared. I made this character and I'm scared. Gotcha. Maybe he still had stuff with the family. Urpin chewing is my second favorite thing to speak here. I didn't like Urpin at first, but she did grow on me. Have you played the event where you gotta like stack? Like it's PvP. One player gets a thing. You have to land it on a platform, and you have to keep stacking these like character with wacky like shapes and whatnot. I forget the name of that event, but I like the Urpin one where she's eating on that. It's very cute. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm not feeling my art tonight. What if I just stuck with it? Just gonna stick with it. Alonso checking into the Limbus waiting room. Gotcha. Good to see you. Not sure we'll do too much of it tonight, by the way. But we'll at least start it, you know? I think I'm good for like an hour. Hour and a half. I don't have that set up, Urge. I know you've told me about it before, but I don't have it downloaded. I was thinking Monster Hunter, but then I'd have to set up my capture card. Hang on. Oh, wait. Tower of Heaven? That's more like it, baby. By the way, just ripping a band-aid off now. I totally get that it's not for everybody. I normally draw massive anime tits. If my art scares you and you decide to leave, no hard feelings. I know not, I imagine your typical gacha player isn't, or even just your probably typical Project Moon fan isn't maybe a fan of that kind of thing. Just putting it out there. There will be some massive anime titties on this drawing in a little bit. You have been warned. Oh, hey, this reminds me of Undertale. I can't see in good detail what the puppet from Lost Saga looks like, but... Alright, everybody line up. We're giving out pitchforks and torches over here. Thank you, Raruku. Everyone's getting one, alright? Burn to the ground. Burn. You know what? I don't remember what Speaky looks like. I would have to look up a reference, actually. I was going to draw Speaky here, but I don't have her ingrained in my head yet. Alright, everyone got their pitchforks and torches? You just said Tower of Heaven music sounded like Undertale. Where's the Pitchfork Emporium when you need one? Right here. Alright, we'll be lighting the bonfire in an hour, right before Limbus. It's unfortunate that Alonso won't be there for Limbus, because he'll be burning at the stake. Anyway, let's put this off to the side. And, you know, leave it there, why not? If anyone questions the scene going on over here, regale them of, how do I word this? We'll give them a warning. Put them in the Danganronpa execution? The third one from the first game specifically. I've only seen the anime, Urge. Is that the one with the baseball machine gun thing? Limbus is now? Fork! Urge! Let me draw for a little bit longer, actually. Give me like 10 minutes. I was getting conflicting reports. I think Urge said an extra hour from now, and then I guess it's now? I updated the game last night. Not the... We're still going to have an update to download, right? But the 14 gigs when you first launch it. And a story cutscene immediately started, but I closed the game, so hopefully I didn't miss out on that. Probably time zones. Yo, Matt. Okay, we'll move over to Limbus in a little bit then. I thought I still had a bunch of time to kill. Limbus won't open for you? Well. You guys said that maintenance normally doesn't get extended, right? You're usually pretty good about it. Anyway, may the faint of heart avert your eyes now. You have been warned. It's a phone game, right? It is, but it has a PC port, Matt. Or a Steam client, whatever you want to call it. It's letting you update? Alright, give me 10 minutes. At 9:15 my time, we'll start moving over. Probably since, you know, both their previous games were Steam only. Makes sense, yeah. Wait, is it not even on other platforms? I thought they were also on Switch for some reason. Oh, until Ruin I got a console port release. Okay, there you go. I imagine LobCorp is gonna stay forever on PC, right? Like, I cannot see a functional any kind of port of that game. Mr. Streamer, here's the execution I was talking about. Feel free to link it. If it doesn't pop up, then maybe it got auto-modded. Let me know if that's the case. You did send it? On Discord or on Stream Chat? On Stream Chat. Let me go over here. We're gonna do that port for Switch and PS something by Arxis. By Arxis? Weird. Apparently it adds a JP dub and some delightful graphic issues. I don't know, bro. I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust the mobile port. Stream. Okay, it didn't pop up on my restream chat. It's an extra step on your part, Urge, but can you post it on Twitch instead? Even the wings have bandages on them. Shout out to SoundCloud, still lagging like crazy. Come on, man. I guess we're stuck with Sonic Force's pinball music. It's not that bad of a fate, I guess. Never mind. You good now, SoundCloud? Nope. Just reload the whole thing. There. When this song ends, I'll move over. Excuse me? I clicked that. Oh my god, get out of here. Get out of here. I'd clicked that like 2 minutes ago. And it only started playing then. Arxis being involved sounds weird to me. There's still just the BlazBlue people to me. For a while, I would always mix them up with Axes, which I think they published the first couple of BlazBlues. Or localized. I don't know. But when I think of Arxis, I think of Guilty Gear, and I think of Blaze Blue. Wait, but if Ruina's on Switch, nobody's gonna know. Like, if you didn't play LobCorp, how are you gonna know why everyone hates Angela? You're gonna be Roland, simping for Angela, not knowing the psychotic bitch she is. Walpurgis is out. Give me just a couple more minutes here. Will I have to play a certain amount before we can access that content, by the way? That's usually how mobile games are, right? There's like an hour or two long tutorial. You're crossing wires on Arxis and Axis. I am, I think. To be fair, that's why Ruina goes out of its way to catch you up on most of LobCorp's important story developments. Ah. They kind of drip feed you some of it until like all of a sudden on the last stream we had Yesod and Malkuth sort of go over it. What happens in the epilogue of the first game anyway. Yell at me in like 3 minutes, by the way. Gotcha. Because not everyone could endure LobCorp's messy gameplay. If there was any game in history that literally needs a remaster of some kind, it's LobCorp. I think I'm inclined to agree with you, yeah. Would you have... I don't know, man. I can't fault somebody for not wanting to play LobCorp, but I do feel like you are missing out. So yeah, a remake, probably. It's on Discord? Okay. Did she really die so early on? You know what, Urge? I might want to go back and watch the anime again. I don't think I'll pull this up on stream. Probably never play the games myself, though. I won't lie. I made her, but I'm kind of scared. I don't know what Ryoshu is. I'm assuming you pulled a good character. If so, congrats. Yeah, I watched it think I'm not sure how much I saw of it, but I saw it a long time ago. Alright, I think I'm ready to move over. I'm glad you guys are cool, by the way. The one time I posted some of my art on the Etrian Odyssey Reddit, like 70% of the replies, and there was a lot of replies, was like just chimping out at me over the tits, so it's a good thing. From what I've seen so far, y'all Limbus Project Moon guys are cool. Cool in my book. Wait, I forgot an important detail. We can't move on until I do this detail. This is imperative. I won't be able to sleep at night if I forgot such an important detail. You don't understand. This is genuinely like the most important detail here. Alright, I'm good. Fantastic. Well, I could do like a little bit of that real quick. Redditors aren't human. Amen. Truth nuke. I don't understand that meme, but I've seen it before. Alright, we're good. Okay, I can move on. Man's life force runs on freckles. You know it! Okay, I'll keep drawing if I don't stop, so let me put up a BRB. I need a couple minutes, put my tablet away, set up my TV, etc. So, in the meantime, here is a BRB. I want to play Pseudo Regalia again, by the way. That's what this song's from. That game was awesome. You can find a race that me, Matt, and Prismia did on our YouTube channel if you're ever bored. It was a real fun time. No spoilers on who won or lost that race, though. We raced it blind, which I think is probably why it took like 5 hours, but still. Oh, huh. Normally my TV, I gotta mess with it a bunch. It's a hand-me-down smart TV from my brother, but there's nothing smart about this fucking TV, bro. It's constantly losing signal. I can't complain too much because it was a hand-me-down, but in the future, when I'm ever in the market for another TV, it's not gonna be a smart one. This thing just takes every chance it gets to throw ads in my face. And I ain't having it. Okay. Let me change the category on Twitch. Limbus Company. And honestly, I have way too many tabs open. It's all just like Doro and whatnot references. We'll go with just the chat. And let's move over to Limbus. Oh, wait, right. I have an update to download. Okay. Let me pull up some music again instead then for just a minute. You want to do like guess the game or something while we wait? Hang on. Microsoft Edge. We got a little bit of time to burn. My computer is falling apart at the seams. I think updating the game is actually eating a lot of resources. I mean, it makes sense, right? Not having a good time. Okay. And we'll just settle with music. How about the credit theme from Mega Man X4? Okay, I think I got it. Game is updating. It's 30%. It won't take too long. I mean, you can get like one guess the game in. I completely wiped all of my history on Edge, so all of my progress has been reset. Let's see. Why not? Pass the time a little. Never mind. You're gonna give me ads. Guess the game. Hang on. I have the perfect fix for this. Fuck y'all. You're not getting. You're not getting advertising shit from me, bro. There. You have like nothing to look at. Black Desert Online. Anthem. Senua's Curse. What was that game called? Demon Blade, Shadow Blade. I got hot announcer, but I'm out of roles. Well, we'll see what I get in just a minute. The game's still updating right now. Oh, wait, it just finished. We'll just breeze through this one real quick. Give me a moment. Last of Us 2? Apparently Anthem is still online, or was until very recently. So, believe it or not, I watched it. No, it is that fucking game! What's that dumb shit called? No offense. It was made by Team Ninja, I think? Maybe not Team Ninja. It's like called Senua's Curse or some shit, no? What is it called? Hellblade! Thank you. I think I'm searching Demon Blade. Okay, it's the other one in the series. Yeah. I knew it at the start, alright? I knew it at the start. I just forgot the name. Thank you, Pork. I was even spelling Senua's right. I guess it was not. It was in Curse. It was Saga. Ah! That's loud. Alright, anyway. Let's get the game on screen. There are so many ads playing right now. Jesus. Is this what it's normally like without an ad blocker? Disgusting. Okay. Screen's blank, but the game's booting up. Give me a moment. Limbus Company. Oh, let me uncrop it. Wait. Transform, reset, transform. I think it's at a weird resolution. I'll have to fix that when I'm actually in game. The entire internet is basically unusable now, except Tumblr. Tumblr's in a good spot? Isn't that where all the crazies came from, though? I'll be real with you. I have an account. I posted once. Content warning, everything. I saw that last night, by the way. I know it's not properly aligned, but can I fix that? Okay, I can fix that. Hang on. Transform, reset, and this looks okay. What am I looking at? Face the sin, save the ego. Hello? Is the game getting patched or something? Give it a moment. I think my computer is, like, look, I say this all the time, but in like 2 months, my computer will be 11 years old. The only thing that's changed is the GPU. Everything else is the exact same. CPU, MOBO, RAM. Well, RAM I got upgraded, actually. Okay. What do you guys want to talk about for the next 1.59 gigabytes? You know, it's birthday? It's May something, Matt. I know I made it in May. May 2015. I mean, I guess this gives me something to read in the meantime. This better not eat my C drive space, by the way. It did it last night. I had to restart my computer. Anyway. 01. The City and the Nests. We understand the unique situation you find yourself in, Executive Manager. Allow us to lay down a number of key facts of our world here. In case you become unfamiliar with your surroundings, we live in a massive city, divided into 26 districts. Each district has a central area called the Nest, whose inhabitants are under the protection of a corporate entity overseeing the district, much like a bird brooding its eggs. Alas, the corporation's protection doesn't extend beyond the Nest's boundaries. The dwellers of the back streets have to fend for themselves. Is the whole world just one city? Or do we get to see things beyond that at any point? The wings. This term does not refer to a bird's bodily structure. However, one cannot deny that a wing's role resembles that of a bird caring for its nest. It might just cut off the text here, by the way, when it's done. The wings are a collective term we use to refer to the 26 biggest conglomerates in the city. These wings contribute to the quality of life in the city via astounding technological feats known as singularities. Under the jurisdiction of a wing, the citizens of each nest enjoy comfortable and safe lives. However, that changes the moment a wing is snapped or plucked of its feathers. Historically, the fall of a wing has accompanied events of considerable magnitudes. In time, a new wing will rise to fill the vacant spot. In the meantime, though, no one can guarantee your safety in this fallen nest. I like the song in the background, by the way. I had a 14 gig update to download last night, so I was just hearing it on repeat for a while. Tumblr is actually decently usable since most of its craziest users moved on to Zitter after the porn ban incident, and the worst of the worst left for Blue Sky after Elon Musk took over. Yes. Well, they say they moved over, but then you see them post on Twitter still. Even the official Blue Sky account was posting on Twitter, like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Go back to your hellhole. Okay, and yes, it looks like it will just move us along. A generated defense skill will fill in the center's bottom skill slot, replacing the current skill.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
Do you see now? You can't run from us. You dare interrupt me as I was engraving the redacted. You must be out of your... technically speaking, I can tell you that our master's plan doesn't really break any of the city's taboos. It's just the kind of thing that no one has ever dared to even consider attempting. You catch my drift? Huh. Would you look at that? You managed to get a different head in so fast. Are people like you always prepared for anything? Just wait till I get the redacted. The likes of you will be no match for... I guess the new noggin doesn't come with a mouth, huh? Yep. All I can hear is the clock ticking. You think they're screaming on the inside? Is this one of those body modifications that the Iron Blood brothers from the last game went through? Yeah. The ticking's getting faster, so I guess they can still feel pain.
아파.
Damn it, why am I being attacked? Not good. Memory decay already? The redacted was done too
뭐야?
quick.
이젠 잠잠하네.
Huh, they've gone quiet
그럼
already.
슬슬 끝내자.
Let's get this over with.
늑대.
No one ever comes here, Wolf.
여긴 누구도 오지
There are no
않고
eyes on us, so
누구도
what's the
볼
hurry?
수 없는 곳이야.
우린 가르침을 따라야
You must
해.
follow her teachings. No
시간을
wasting time.
끌어서는 안 돼.
그렇지만
Yeah, but can't we just savor the
우리가
moment?
살면서
We're not going to get another
언제 이런
chance
녀석을
to off someone of this
죽여보겠어.
caliber.
사자,
You have a
너는
tendency to
일을
grow
할
too
때
emotional
너무
on a job,
감정적이야.
Lion. Don't mix business
공과
with
선을
pleasure.
구분하면 좋겠군.
This dude reminds me of one of the rats from Ruina. The one with the knife. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong.
얼굴을 보고 싶었는데
Shame.
아쉽게 됐어.
I wanted to have another look at your face.
당신의 별이
I reckon you won't
어디
tell us where your star is.
알려주지
Yes?
않겠지.
Like hell I am. I'm taking Redacted's location to the grave with... Damn it, where was Redacted supposed to be again? My memories are fading too quickly.
그렇군.
Right. No
일이
mouse.
없어. 자연히
Meaning this one can't
그것을
tell us how to
찾을
find it.
방법도.
그럼 이제 끝내도
Can
돼.
I end them now?
그래.
Sure.
이거
Hey,
무슨 소리야?
What's that noise? You let yourself get tailed,
큐버.
Panther?
아니,
No,
쫓아오자는
there
아무도
wasn't anyone who
없었어.
could have tracked me. Just a
짐승의
wild animal,
분류야.
perhaps?
짐승 소리가 아니야.
That doesn't sound like any animal
이거-
I can think of. That's
버스.
a bus?
저런 게 어떻게
How did it
여기까지
even end up here?
굴러들어왔지?
조난당한 버스인가 본데.
Must have taken a wrong turn.
길을
They're
잘못
about to pay quite a
쨘
hefty price for that wrong turn.
생각보다
Burst!
사자가
Did Lion just get pushed back?
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면
If my eyes are still right,
당신은
then you
영원히
will not
항구에
fail to reach
이르겠지.
the port of glory. Who are you? That nameplate says Faust? Blue archive meme? If we weren't in the middle of a cutscene, I'd pull up a blue archive meme. It's fine though.
어두운 숲에서
You've
길을
lost your way in a
잃었군요.
dark forest. What?
하지만 당신은
Yet you were not
두렵지
overcome with
않았어요.
fear. Why was that? That's because I could simply lift my head to find the star.
그래요. 이제
That's
그
right.
형상을
Now keep
되뇌면서
revisiting that image and let your
제가
heart
하는
speak
말을
these words
마음으로
aloud.
외치세요. 너의 별을 따라가거라.
Follow your star. Follow your star. At that moment, I felt a sudden thump in my head. Followed by the sensation of multiple chains penetrating me. Whoa.
걱정하지 마세요.
Please don't worry. Your heart is still
정말로
functional,
심장을 못 쓰게
though
된
it
게
may feel
아니니까.
otherwise.
이것으로
With this,
계약은
the pact is
완료되었습니다.
sealed.
단테, 이제 저희는
Dante,
당신의
from this day
시간이
forth, we are bound
계속되었습니다.
by your time. To your time. What do you...
이제 저희의
The
심장이
beating of our
먹고
hearts now
뛰면
depends on where your hands
당신의
fall.
시각이 어디 위치하는지 잘 부탁드려요.
I hope you'll make a fine leader. Hour?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Is that everything?
사과 한 알이 떨어졌소.
A single apple has fallen.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만
This
하네.
guy's not making any sense.
찌뿌둥해.
Jesus, it's killing me. Are we finally getting some action?
뭐 몸을 풀어보는 것도 나쁘진 않겠지.
Well, a little warm-up wouldn't hurt.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지?
What's that miserable thing written on
우리의
the ground?
마지막 대원이 될 자인가?
Writhing on the ground. Are they to be the newest addition of this squad? You might want to watch your
말
language.
조심하는 게 좋을
I heard
걸.
that's our soon-to-be
우리
boss.
상사가 될 뿐이래.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데
It must have been an instant
이렇게
ambush.
머리를
You still managed to
숨겼군요.
hide your head. Who are you people? Patrick Star. And what's up with this bus?
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온
We are the
정의의
heralds of
사자들이고
justice who came to aid you.
이건
And this is the magical bus that can
원하는
take us
곳은
wherever we
어디든
need to
갈 수
go.
있는 마술 버스죠.
Would you say it's a magical... I'm not gonna go there. Justice? Bus? I don't...
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요?
Is that not what you wanted to hear?
그렇게 생각하는
You'll
쪽이
feel more at
마음
ease
편할
that way.
테니 시간도 없고
We're racing
유리한
against
상황도
time, and the
아니니까
situation isn't in our favor.
천천히
So let me explain
하지만
this
한 번만
once.
설명하자.
After some time passed. So let me get this right. As long as I do as you say, these complete strangers who have never even met before will fight in my stead?
맞아요.
Correct. As
당신이
long as you give them the right
올바른-
orders. Right, then let's slaughter these shitheads. Go back to where I was. to where I was, and what was I doing? Where am I even supposed to go back to? I was right on the cusp of an extremely important moment. Something I was never supposed to forget.
진정해요. 그 머리로
Calm down. It is only
기억이
natural that this
온다는
new head would have adverse effects on your memory.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투에 집중하죠.
Focus on the
한테.
struggle at hand, Dante. I'm
뭐라고
not sure how I
불러야지?
should address you.
시계
Would
지휘관님?
commander clock suffice? In any
아무튼
case, we await your orders.
전투-
뭘 명령까지야?
Do we really need
각별히
orders?
그밖에 답이
Seems
없지
like it's
않나?
gonna be one-on... Seems like going one-on-one is the only way.
저기요.
Hey,
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는
there's
거야?
too many
다
characters
으스러뜨리면
all at
그만이잖아.
once. And Heralds of Justice. I don't like that you're using quotation marks there, Pork. Quit your prattling. We just need to crush them all.
최선을 다해 주세요.
Please do your best, Dante. I guess I don't have any other choice. Not gonna lie, I dig the fit. I don't really like having a clock for a head, but everything else looks pretty sick. And is that really the loading screen? Is the loading screen actually that lion chick getting hit by the car? Let's begin by learning the basics of combat. What the fuck am I looking at? Please direct your attention to the dashboard here. You will be using the dashboard to relay your commands to the sinners. You'll find the sinner's skills on the dashboard. The control scheme is simple. Simply drag from the left end of the dashboard to the right end to chain the skills, and you're ready to enter the combat phase. Allow me to guide your hand. Press and hold the gear on the left on the dashboard and grab the chain. Then, while you're holding the chain from the left gear, connect the skills left to right along the guiding line. This is weird. Well done. Now that skills for all sinners have been chained, you may press the gear on the right to start the combat phase.
행동을 개시합니다.
My guys are getting their asses whooped. Or maybe not. Is there a slow mode? This feels very Ruina-y, but it's like happening. There's a lot at once, man. Ruina, they started me with just one guy. This tutorial is kind of new. At launch, there was a much worse tutorial. It was too short and focused on mechanics that don't matter. Weird. Loading screens will always be recently seen CJs. And that is how you, the manager, issue your orders. Let us try that again. Look at the dashboard, grab the chain from the left gear, and connect the skills along the guiding line to use them. Use the dashboard to issue commands to your sinners in combat. Start the combat phase by following these steps. Grab and drag the chain from the left gear, thread it through the skills you want to use, connect the chain to or select the right gear. I can't see what my skills do. But I mean, it's a tutorial. They're clearly wanting me to do a certain path.
행동을 개시합니다.
It looks really cool. I legitimately had not even seen Ruina gameplay yet. Also, did we not hit this lady with our car? How is she still whooping our asses? Should be possible to mess with the resolution. We got like a borderless window? 1920 by 1080? Is that better? I think we're misaligned a little bit. There we go. Thank you, Pork. That's much better viewing experience. Now, please issue a command. Unfortunately, I still have my taskbar, but I'll just move it to my TP. There. If you have strong enough augmentations, you can just face tank car crashes. Can I just be a dude? We went over this last Ruina stream, but what if you were just a dude in the LobCorp universe? I think you'd just end up dying instantly. Let's see. Is this a fight I'm just meant to lose? the color of a skill matter? There's numbers here. I don't exactly know what they mean.
금방 다녀올게.
The art feels decidedly more like Darkest Dungeon-y this time around. And that's not a bad thing. You could tell me what my skills do, game. As you may have guessed from the fact that a large portion of the interface are grayed out or otherwise don't work, this is basically a cutscene. Real tutorials will be coming shortly.
금방 다녀올게.
Did I permadeath? What was I meant to lose there? I'm pretty sure I was meant to lose there.
이해가 되지 않는군.
I don't get it.
이런
These nobody's
것들에게
managed to take
사자가
Lion down.
당했다고.
잠깐만.
Whoa, hang on. I know this is
방금까지
kind of weird
싸웠던
coming from
사람의
someone you were
말을
just fighting, but
그렇지만
I'm pretty sure we can talk this out.
이건
This
이상적이지
is
않소.
not ideal. I knew it was ridiculous
처음부터
idea to
말이
put
안
up a
되는
fight against
싸움이라고
them.
생각했는데. 다들 장난해? 난 시작도.
Are y'all kidding? I haven't even started. That's one way to start a game. Ideal? Or rather, not ideal. And yeah, they were all question marks. I figured it was a loss kind of fight.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요.
We never promised to win said fights. What?
그리고
And it seems that I'm the
남았네요.
only survivor. Okay, so you meant for this to happen? You've got an ace up your sleeve, haven't you?
비장의
Not
수라기보단
necessarily an ace, no.
그저
This is simply about
별을
following
따라가는 거죠.
the star.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가?
Is it supposed to be a mass suicide or
썩 유쾌하진
something?
않군.
It's a rather unpleasant display. What am I supposed to do? Arriving with all that fanfare only to die like flies. I can't remember a thing about the past since I repeated what she said. Is this how I die?
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Deliver this message to the serpent, false
이건
lion.
막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
This is a flow that cannot be stopped.
붉은색.
The red?
왜?
But why?
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나?
Do you know why I only had those two dismembered?
그래야
Because one of
사지
you needs to
멀쩡한
be
네가
intact to carry the
저들을
rest of
데리고
carry the rest
파도지동
and
이곳을
scram
벗어날 테니까.
pell mell out of here?
달아난 팔과 다리를
You're the only one left to offer
대체해줄
them any help.
붉은 시선.
The red
그렇게
gaze.
노려보지 마.
Don't glare at me like that.
이놈들이 해놓은
This
짓에
is nothing
비하면
compared to what you did.
별것도 아니잖아. 그 정도 부상이면
With wounds like those, I'm sure your
위에서도
boss will
충분히
recognize the
할
effort you
일을
put in.
했다고
Consider them a badge of
생각할
honor.
거다. 아니면 여기서
Unless
명줄을
you want to meet your end here. Who are you one of them? You're too late. They're already.
늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다.
I am not late for
Dante.
anything, Dante.
우리에게 필요한 건
We
오직
only need
되돌릴
a
시간뿐이니까.
little time to rewind. I'm suddenly overwhelmed with an excruciating stab of pain in my chest, as though my heart were being torn asunder, followed by flashes in the ribs, intestines, stomach, and lungs. I couldn't even tell where the pain was coming from anymore, a little to cry of pure agony as I felt my body twisting and breaking open. My consciousness is fading. The only thing that I could perceive was the sight of mutilated bodies around me inexplicably regenerating.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다.
You're in for one hell of a
Dante.
painful ride from here on out, Dante. And the voice of the man with red eyes. Is Dante whoever has the clock for a head? Or was that my actual name? Who am I? What am I? Only one way to find out. I think from this point forward, I'll abstain from reading everything. I'll just read what seems particularly interesting or important.
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
드디어 정신을 차렸군.
Awake at last.
버티지 못하고
Would have been a tad
골러갔으면
bit disappointed if you
조금
groped on us.
실망할 뻔.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스
Refreshing
기사.
morning. This is
가렴.
Charon, the bus driver. I said we'd fight for you. I never said we'd win. Faust setting the tone for this game perfectly. Yeah, honestly.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어. 기분이 어떻습니까, 단테?
Dante. Okay, I see where you're coming from now, Pork.
제각거리는군. 의사소통이 안 되는 건 제법 곤란한데 저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다.
You may call me
이 말이 제대로 들린다면
Vergilius? If you can hear me,
뭔가
Dante, give me a sign.
좋아, 듣는 것엔 문제가 없군. 일단 출발하지, 카론.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
당신이 누구였는지는 기억합니까?
I shook my head to say no. I'd just been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism of sorts.
원래 기억을 되찾고 싶겠군.
I nodded. I sure felt like an idiot.
매끄럽군. 다들 이렇게 몸짓으로만 말하면 안 되는 건가? 어떻게 생각하지, 파우스트 씨?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요. 저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는 상황이 그렇게 많지는 않을 것 같으니까요.
She could hear me earlier, though, no? She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair, glistening even without sunlight, gives off a rather mysterious air.
단테.
Dante? Come to think of it, the man with red eyes has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요.
Sure looks like it, but doesn't sound familiar at all.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
Wait, you can understand me? The group that attacked me earlier, and that Virgie or whatever he was called, seemed to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로 들린답니다.
Is this my Amia? Is Faust the Amia to my Doctor from Arknights? If that makes any sense. You actually can, but how? I don't have a real mouth.
그런 구시대적인 발상은 머리를 바꾸어서 생긴 건가요? 성대나 혀 따위의 발성기관이 있어야만 대화를 할 수 있다는 건 시대착오적인 이야기죠.
Anachronistic. Right. Never considered that.
당신의 말은 한 사람에게만 보낼 수도 있고, 모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요.
Sinners?
당신의 뒤에 앉아 있는 방금까지 당신을 대신해서 싸운 사람들을 말하는 거.
그대가 이 여정을 함께할 마지막 조각인가? 얼마나 기다렸는지 모르네.
Who are you people?
아, 형씨. 머리통은 어디다가 팔아넘겼어?
당신이었군요. 당신 덕에 박살나 있던 척추가 말끔하게 돌아왔어요.
다들 닥쳐라. 잡음이 겹치는 것만큼 불쾌한 것도 없으니 자기 소개가 필요한 시점인가 보군. 그럼 가벼운 인사를 나눌 시간을 주겠다.
에이, 왜 이름은 항상 앞자리부터인지. 앞에 나서는 이제 진절머리가 나는데.
Gregor. Does homeboy have like a blade arm?
당신이 우리를 이끌... 뭐더라? 관리자라고 하던데.
Manager?
그래. 그래서 어떤 인물인지 굉장히 궁금했는데 말이야.
Metal Gear.
머리통은 어디 팔아먹었는지 모르겠지만 나는 그레고르라고 한다. 잘 부탁한다고, 관리자 양반.
Manager Bud. Gregor. This sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. Is this what happens when you get a new unit? This is very much giving me like I just pulled a gotcha vibe. Might be worth it to screen cap these, sure. The sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or a sudden change of environment may cause parts or the whole of his body to transform into insectile, notably akin to a carapace, resembling that of the redacted, tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obligated to be nice, we recommend you keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with. And you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it.
그래. 양반이 뭐야, 양반이.
Oh, he's a roach? Oh, I hate...
우리한테 엄청난
I don't use
돈을
the C
가져다
word
줄
around here,
사람한테.
man. I hate those things. Ugh.
그래?
Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게. 당신도 나를 로저라고 불러.
Rodion. The unfortunate traits of being backstreets born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it's advised to pay close attention to her as a manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her mood may be down at irregular intervals. There's nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend just waiting for it to pass.
난 당신이 우리의 관리자가 된 데 이유가 있다고 믿어.
The way units and gacha work in this game is very unique. We'll get into it later, but these are just the character introductions for the main cast. Gotcha.
분명 원래는 둥지에 굉장한 사람이었겠지. 그때 버릇을 조금만 내비쳐도 우리한테.
She sure is an extrovert, I'll give her that.
아차, 내 정신 좀 봐. 예, 다음은 네 차례야.
안녕하세요.
안녕 aseo. It's like hello or something.
시시해. 그게 끝이야?
I think every single Korean game I've ever played had that.
싱클레어라고.
I feel like I've heard the name Sinclair before. Sinclair. Even with the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, the sinner seems to get particularly startled or frown when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as split innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself is unaware of. This is a hopeful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord?
더 해야 할 말이 있나요? 회사는 처음이라.
뭐 앞으로 남은 날은 많을 테니까. 그럼 거기 괴짜 친구가 다음 타자하자.
이상이라 하오.
Yisang. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, this sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. Is this as close as other wings that we get? Youngest chief researcher sounds like a big fucking deal, bro. This sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with the sinner will prove difficult for managers selected by our current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own, however. If the sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he is currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. And that's it?
이상이요.
I waited for him to see if he was being witty or something, but he just stared vacantly out the window, disinterested.
답답하네요. 사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요.
Need I even say how I feel about this character design so far?
저를 이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
Ishmael. You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but do not worry. This sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it is a good idea to start conversations, while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget, the sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it will be difficult to regain her trust. This is like the best looking one out of all of them so far, just saying. As soon as, like, I felt that way immediately, but I didn't want to talk over too much of the intro cutscene there.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요.
Yisang's name can also be read
앞으로도
as
잘
ideal
부탁해요.
or odd, or that's all. He makes a lot of untranslated puns as a result. I figured that was the case, because it sounded like he just said his name at the end there. When the translated text was smoke and mirror, or no smoke and mirrors, it sounded like he just said his name. So maybe that was a pun. I'd prefer them to just kind of, like, I don't know. I get localizing things. I'd prefer, just give me a note. Give me a translator's note. If it wasn't already obvious from the line, "Call me Ishmael," all of the sinners and much of the story in general are references to various works of classical literature from around the globe. Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm a fucking Philistine. I don't know any classical literature. But I know a good character design when I see one, and this one speaks to me. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. For someone who emphasized not being a misfit, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생활하고는 거리가 좀 멀어서. 히스클리프, 멋대로 부수고 깨부수는 일은 전.
Heathcliff. Are these different things, like the archetypes? Like, these gacha games love breaking their characters into colors. Like, I play a lot of Trickle lately. I've been playing it every day, even. Red is anger, green is innocent, blue is composed, yellow is vivacious, and purple is depressed. And each of them on their own, like, you know, red is good against green, blue is good against red, etc., etc. I'm assuming this is... Are these categories of characters? Either way, Heathcliff. This sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches, or physical injury leading to a headache, in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling him.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게
Those words
하고
are a
다니긴
code
했지만.
word also associated with each sinner, usually in their work's language of origin. Huh.
당신도 조심하라고. 나는 윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테
I don't think I've done anything to give that impression yet.
드디어 이 몸의 차례인가?
Don Quixote!
필세.
I didn't know we were getting representation. I don't think I've ever met a single blonde Hispanic, though. Anyway, it's fine. It's the name of their weapons. Oh! So his bat was revenge? I thought that was gonna be like the archetype of each character. You get what I mean, right? Like, they're broken into categories in these games. Gotcha. By the way, if I ever hear a single one of you pronounce this as Quixote, ban. Alright? I'm arming Pork and Alonso with ban hammers. I give you full send it. It's Quixote, alright? Quixote. Anyway. I'm sorry, I've heard people pronounce it Quixote, and I can't, and it drives me up a wall, bro. Look, I'm Hispanic. I didn't learn the language growing up, but I am Hispanic. Like 90% of the people around where I live are Hispanic and speak the language, so I've been around it my whole life. It's not Quixote. Don Quixote. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionada of all things fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of fixer-related merchandise. They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there is no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She's deeply immersed in the role of a righteous fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to that of an actor. Has such a thing ever existed? Really? It's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. Based. Pull up female Lost Saga's Don Quixote just to blow chat's mind. You're giving me the ghost sign. Whoops, I just closed my chat. Sorry about that. You're giving me the ghost sign to pull up a Lost Saga thing. Lost Saga Don Quixote. I'm so sad I never leveled mine up, but what a fun character. Was real annoying to fight. Hang on, I'm pulling her up right now. This is the character, the hero, Don Quixote from Lost Saga. Give me just a moment. That's immediately what I thought of when I saw her name. The way this character fought was really strange, by the way. You would get like a fake horse. You'd get to run around and just basically just like knock people off the map. They could also combo to some degree, but anyway. This is the only Don Quixote I care about is right there. Facts. Beautiful. Wait, this is really dumb. Can I chroma key... Can I chroma key white? Oh, that completely made the image vanish. Whoops. Was that too strong of a chroma key? Oh, that doesn't work at all, huh? Whoops. Oh, my eyes. Okay, yeah, don't try to chroma key the white color. It don't work. Anyway, I've had my fun, thank you. Since her name's kind of a mouthful, Don Quixote's name is often shortened to Don Qui, or Don, or La Criatura. Definitely gives off that kind of vibe. I like her as well. Ishmael and Don Quixote. And these are just my starting units, so they're probably not going to be that good, I guess. That's how gacha games usually are anyway. Either way, 2 thumbs up.
그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사지. 잘 부탁하네.
If I had multiple arms or other arms, more than just 2 thumbs up. A fixer? That definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가? 내가 대답해줄 수 있네. 도시를 수호하는 자들이지. 아, 도시에 대해서도 제대로 기억하지 못하겠군. 도시는
I have a big old grin on my face. I like this one.
나는 가벼운 인사를 나누라고 했던 것 같은데 두 번 말하게 하지 않았으면
홍루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요, 우리.
Honglu. Yi-san? Is that who the guy earlier was? Yi something? I already forgot his name, sorry. Honglu, a sinner who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life. But occasionally he makes ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by a certain other sinner or other aspects of the lowlives' lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it is ill-advised to let them get physical over it.
우와, 당신 그 머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
No, this isn't that kind
제
of...
취향은 아니지만.
저건 무슨 말싸가지야?
Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat, but when he noticed the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat himself back down.
요슈.
Ryoshu. Whoa. As they say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. But as some creeds, you will have difficulty in simply pretending to sympathize. You will have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with a euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution. This sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you.
요르슈크.
Look, we know Hong Lu is a spoiled and sensitive Nepo baby, but please try not to take swings at his incredibly punchable face. At what point am I supposed to laugh?
메르소, 그렇게 불러주시겠습니까?
Is that another one of those puns? Or was she just laughing at me? Were you even in the intro, bro? Who are you? Moersolt wants clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. That's the simplest one so far. You're polite.
특별한 것이 아닙니다.
I'm almost touched. Thanks.
네,
It felt as though something was gravely amiss with him, but I couldn't tell quite what. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting.
저는
I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with a motion of her hand.
관리자님이 먼저 자세를 굽히려 하다니 당치도 않습니다.
The Frenchman? Oh, Ryoshu uses a lot of weird wordplay. Yeah, I'll get into it later. Thank you.
본인은 오티스라고 합니다.
Otis.
이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드립니다.
This sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has a meddlesome tendency, so it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She's an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for your mission. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You could trust her with simple repairs of the bus. Notice, unlike other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of the sinner is not permitted. Warning. Keep an eye on this sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing her company's mission. Rudeness?
아, 이거 참 마음마저 이렇게 넓으실 줄이야. 역시 처음부터 저희를 이끄실 분이라는 걸 한
What?
인간의 대부분은 서로가 맞붙어 소음과 그중 소수는 맞붙는 것으로 서로의 검을 날카롭게 벼르기 위해선 그만큼 강한 숫돌이 필요한 것처럼 누구보다 관리자님을 위해 헌신하겠습니다.
That's reassuring. Thanks. I gave her an approving nod, even though I didn't get what she meant by her rudeness.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게 나뒹군다고 말하더니 잘도 그런 말을 성대 밖으로 꺼낼 수 있네요.
I think I get it now.
제가 마지막이네요. 파우스트입니다.
Oh, you may recall that Otis threw insults at Dante when they were writhing in pain earlier. Yet now she's a total suck-up. Very sincere. Only took one miracle of unstabbing them all in the gut or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how each of them died. To make her do a 180, I guess. Faust, the sinner who developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom. Library? And she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over it. Even though she has an unparalleled genius, we can't figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be one to find out.
당신의 인생 중 한 번 만날까 말까한 천재죠.
Can I just kick everybody out and just roll with Don Quixote?
납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요, 단테. 괜찮습니다. 경험을 통해
Lolan,
차차 이해할 수 있을
Dante,
거예요.
A.
파우스트가
Learn
진귀한
what?
천재였다는 사실을 말이에요. 관측자가 깨닫지 못한다 하여 사실이 진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
Okay.
소개는 여기까지. 단테, 당신의 직무를 알려드리죠.
Dante. You mean as the manager?
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
Come to think of it, the man with red eyes couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은
I imagine I'm gonna hear
지금
Dante
소개받은
a lot,
이
huh?
수감자와 함께 지옥을 기행하게 될 것입니다.
The Inferno? Why should I go to that hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유를 묻네요.
지옥의 끝에는 보물이 기다리고 있으니까 그렇게 말하면 되겠습니까?
I've heard of a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Not an inferno, though. I don't. You mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
이해를 요구한 건 아닙니다, 단테. 기억과 머리를 되찾고 싶다면
I can get my head back? I mean, if this head lets me undo deaths, I can rock it, you know? Could I style the flames to look different? Demons are just red leprechauns, I guess. Huh. It's one way of looking at it.
미적거리네요.
파우스트 씨, 단테가 계속해서 거부하면 우린
무슨 말씀을? 단테, 모든 임무를 마치고 난 당신은 성위를 새길 수 있을 거예요. 제가 보증하죠.
Aspect, a word that pierces through my mind. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts respond strongly to it. And led by those instincts, I make my choice.
보이죠? 고개를 끄덕이잖아요.
좋아. 계속 가면 되겠어.
Joa?
그런데 카론, 아까부터 왜 출발을 안 하고 있지?
버스 기사는 졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아. 매피 앞에 이상한 놈들이 서성이고 있었어.
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로 알려야 한다니까.
Mephi? Who's that?
메피스토 팰레스. 이 버스의 이름이자 버스를 구동하는 엔진.
Lost Saga mentioned. You wanna see a character that, in a way, like, almost not single-handedly, but was one of the main reasons why people quit the game? This shithead right here. Mephisto. Look, I'll take any chance I can get to show off my forbidden and ancient Korean MMO knowledge. This character was busted as fuck when it came out. Built-in recovery that recharged really quickly, so if you were to be comboed, you could fly out of it, hit them during the combo that was hitting you, combo them out of it, and his wings would turn you intangible. You would fly around for a bit while shooting 20 projectiles. In Lost Saga, when the timer ran out, everybody's HP would drop to 0. That doesn't mean that you die. You still have to get hit 4 more times, because your armor falls off, your helmet falls off, your cape falls off, and your weapon falls off, and then you die when you don't have anything on. So imagine 20 guard-breaking, homing projectiles that are very fast. People would just bust out this dude's wings during death time. You're done. Mephisto killing the game was massively ironic. Exactly. Me and Alonso, man. We were there, man. We were there. Anyway. Mephistopheles, the name of this bus and the engine that runs it.
그리고 파우스트의 심혈을 기울인 역작이죠.
Does she speak in third person a lot?
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는 나룻배가 아닐 수. 그렇게 생각하지 않습니까, 단테?
I wasn't sure what he was getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는 익숙한 쥐새끼들이군.
This Mephistopheles is just a bus. I guess it can run you over. That probably makes you lose. It did for that person earlier, I guess. We still ended up dying to their team, though.
마침 잘 됐습니다, 단테.
단테, 처음 전투에서는 생략한 부분이 많았어요. 제대로 설명할 시간이 없었으니까요.
Faust almost exclusively refers to herself in the third person. Yes, to the point that it's notable when she doesn't. I usually like the third person talking characters, but I don't think I like Faust so far.
하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가 이뤄지면 우리는 항상 도륙날 거고.
Gotta tell me the mechanics, Faust.
당신은 우리를 살리기 위해 의미 없는 고통을 느껴야만 하겠죠.
Pain to revive you? You mean what happened earlier was...
네. 당신이 시계를 돌려주었기에 우리는 살아나는 거랍니다.
Look, there's only one Faust I care about. Nobody is gonna get this if you don't know Blue Archive, but... during the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force, so the first story chapter, Hifumi and Co. don masks. Do they actually even break in anywhere? Anyway, they call Hifumi Faust. Well, they pretend to be robbers or something. I actually can't remember off the top of my head now. But anyway, we're talking Faust. That's Faust. Actual name Hifumi.
당장 필요한 설명은 아닌 듯합니다. 파우스트 씨. 자잘한 담소는 나중에.
Vroom vroom, Charon.
너희들
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Yes, please actually tell me the mechanics. I thought it was Mephistopheles from the Cats Broadway show. The one that had the really creepy 3D CG movie, Matt? I mean, Mephisto or Mephistopheles is just the name of a demon or something, right? So it's probably used everywhere. In my case, you know, I think of the Lost Saga one. You could send every sinner into battle at once, yes, but commanding so many personnel at once will not be an easy task. Therefore, I will inform you of the appropriate number of participants depending on the particularities of each battle. For this occasion, 5 sinners will make an appropriate force. Select 5 sinners you want to deploy for this battle. Select the lower half of the sinner's card to deploy them. First, select sinner Yisan. Well done. Select the rest of the sinners you would like to deploy for this encounter. Excuse me? She told me to pick the ones I would like to deploy. They're forcing me. Okay, I did want Ishmael.
내가 필요해?
최선은 다해볼게.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
With the paper bag, I'm wondering if it was a Gigi Faust reference. Oh, it probably was. Not probably, but I could see that being the case. Mephistopheles is the demon literary Faust makes a deal with. Huh. Banger alert. These 7-sided icons floating above both allies' and enemies' heads are called skill slots. Because you haven't issued a command by chaining skills yet, the allied skill slots are currently empty. Grab the chain from the left gear and chain it to one of these 2 leftmost skills on the dashboard. As you can see, the skill you just chained has been equipped to the skill slot. Equipped skills are displayed on the skill slots floating above each sinner's head. When the combat phase begins, each sinner will engage in battle using the skills equipped in their skill slots. Drag from left to right on the dashboard to equip every sinner with one of the skills on their respective columns. Do I have a light cost associated with each of these? Because this has 4, this has 3, and this has 2. I don't see what difference this is making. Well done. Now select the gear on the right to issue your command, and the sinners will enter the combat phase, using the skills you've equipped for them. What the fuck am I looking at? Can I turn on slow mode? I like slow mode in Ruina. Okay. This game doesn't have light. It has a totally different resource system that will be introduced later.
행동을 개시합니다.
A clash occurs when the sinner and their target both use attack skills against each other. In a clash, their power is determined primarily by the skill they are using to clash. Again, and in this clash between 2 skills, the skill with the higher power wins. Pay attention to the enemy's coins. When a skill loses a clash, it will lose a coin. Even if a skill loses a clash, as long as it has remaining skill coins, the 2 skills will continue to flip their coins and clash until one of them loses all coins. Huh. The skill that lost all of its coins in this clash will conclusively lose the clash. This means that the unit that won the clash gets to attack, while the unit that lost does not. My head. It might be in the settings. It's called coin toss. Auto coin toss off. Let's see how power, which determines the outcome of a clash, is calculated. Please issue a command. Okay. Quite literally every mechanic got removed / reworked from this game.
게시합니다.
This number is the skill's base power before it flips any coins. This number is the skill's coin power. Here you can see how many coins these skills have. The number of coins determines two things. How many times the skill can lose a clash before losing all of its coins. How many times the skill hits when it attacks. Each coin that flipped heads will add the coin power of that skill to the base power of the same skill. Final power calculation. The formula for a skill's final power is as follows. Base power plus number of coins that flipped heads times coin power. Coins that flipped heads will glow, while coins that flipped tails will appear dimmed. End stop stab has a 3. End stop stab landed a 4, so 3 plus 4 is 7. Then 7 plus 4 is 11. Ruina had dice and cards. Limbus uses coins. Each coin is considered one hit, although sometimes those hits will visually be split up into multiple hits. This is purely for visual purposes. A skill's coin count is its actual hit count. Good to know, thank you. The resultant skill power is displayed here. Ishmael's Loggerhead skill has higher skill power, so the enemy skill loses a coin. As seen in this example, they will continue to clash until one of them has no more coins left to flip. The unit with the remaining coins ultimately wins that clash. Remember, winning clashes is one of the most fundamental aspects of winning that battle. Oh, even coin flipping is like crazy looking. That's still like really fast. Panic and overwhelmed.
금방 다녀올게.
Jesus.
맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
It literally turned into Darkest Dungeon corpses. I wonder if those can ever be, like, if anything ever happens to those. Like in Darkest Dungeon, I want to say the corpse actually, like, eats up a spot. So, like, let's say you have a melee attack that only hits the front row. You'll kill something, and if it leaves a corpse, your melee attack that only hits the front row will then only hit the corpse. You get what I mean? You get the hang of it over time, trust me. Okay. They all got away, save for one of them, though. Shouldn't we go after them?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
걱정할 건 없습니다.
발판을 꽂고 신나는 기분으로 달릴게.
I like Charon. Kinda cute. While skills appear to resolve simultaneously, they are still all resolved with priority that mostly works the same as Ruina. But even in Ruina, I don't fully understand how the matchups work sometimes. The sinners you've deployed in the last encounter will automatically be selected for the next, saving you the trouble of selecting them again. Feel free to change them before entering the battle, however. Select the to battle button.
목적지는 호기만소.
Did the sinners, or not, did the rats run down the road? Thought we weren't chasing them down. This time, let us learn about SP, or sanity points. SP has a maximum value of 45 and a minimum value of -45. Please note that the sinner's SP values can also be viewed here next to these orbs adjacent to the portrait icons on the dashboard. Now please issue a command. Oh wait, I see neutral. Struggling? It's a bad matchup and favorable. Gloomers? What the fuck does that say? And it looks like that's the resource. Actually, some of their sanities are already still -10. Is using 2 of the same color giving it a bonus? We happen to be going in the same direction the rats were running in anyways. This is what they meant. So, SR is gone again. It has been split up into the return of SP and a new mechanic called stagger thresholds.
금방 다녀올게.
Nice. Each unit's SP values change based on certain triggers. They tend to heal SP with favorable triggers when in clashes or killing enemies, and lose SP with unfavorable triggers. The higher the unit's SP value, the higher the chance to flip heads when flipping skill coins. I don't know if I like that. The allied units all won their respective clashes in the previous turn, which healed their SP. This put us in a favorable position. Please issue your next command. Okay. How do I choose the target, though? Or is it just... No, I don't understand. Is it just 1-to-1? Like, this guy... No. Wait. This guy will always clash with this one, that one, that one, that one. The game is just trying to get you sanity at the moment, or teach you sanity at the moment. So it gave you a small SP spread.
좋아, 간다.
Please direct your attention to this unit's HP, health points. Or HP bar. This thin line here is called the stagger threshold. When a unit's HP drops below the stagger threshold, they become staggered. Staggered units cannot take any action and take double the damage, which puts them at a significant disadvantage in battle. Okay, so chaining the colors does something, apparently. They'll tell me eventually, I guess. Actual bloodbath. Damn, an 11? You have put the remaining enemies in panic states by defeating their allies in the previous turn, which dropped their SP. When an enemy's SP drops below a certain threshold, they may enter low morale or panic states, which inflict them with negative effects. Units in low morale or panic states are marked by these labels. Each unit gains different effects from entering low morale and panic states. Select this icon to learn the effects this unit is suffering from. Overwhelmed. Panic does not act for this turn. 1 stack of it. Huh.
금방 다녀올게.
적을 난파시켰습니다.
꺼냈다.
Jesus Christ.
맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Each point of SP corresponds to a 1% increased heads chance.
잠시만요.
SP ranges from 45 to -45, so your heads chance can never be higher than 95% or lower than 5%. That's 5% is like pretty low though, bro. Yikes. In normal encounters, you can't directly choose targets. They are determined mostly automatically by both teams' speed and deployment order. I don't know how I feel about that.
뭐죠? 저는 정체되지 않고 나아갈 수 있다는 말에 그런데 지금은 쥐새끼도 아니고 계속 의미 없는 폭력만.
의미가 없진 않소. 저들은 우리를 공격하는 악이지 않소.
Exactly.
시끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀 해봐요. 아무튼 이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만 명령할 거라면 다른 일을 하는 것도 고민해봐야 할 것 같아요. 입사 계약서를 제대로 안 읽으셨나? 회사는 허용될 수 없답니다. 계약하면서 말한 이야기가 거짓말이라도 당연히 효력이 있죠. 애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까. 네? 설마 제가 메피스토 팰레스를...
루피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
The bus gets hungry?
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때 생기는 여러분은 그걸 통해 강해질 수 있어요. 이상 씨는 잘 알고 계시겠죠?
성장 또한 제약이 없어. 거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면 또 다른 누구인가.
Is the self in the mirror my reflection or another being entirely? What's the lyric in the opening of Ruina? Keep your eyes buttered to the end. Which you are you going to be? Inside the mirror do you see someone else in your body? Something like that. That might be referencing that, but no. They use different terminology there. Possibilities. What exactly are you drawing out? This sounds like the power of a wing or something, but we're in a bus. Is this bus a singularity? One of Mephistopheles' various functions is extraction. You can collect various identities and ego from here. Select the extract button. Excuse me, this is pulling in a gotcha. I'm not extracting anything here, bud. Give me a 10 point. How can I tell if it's good or not?
누구보다 신속하게 그들에게 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Is that a character or like a background? You've acquired a new identity. Collecting new identities and ego will be contributive to improving our combat performance. Now let us return to battle. Battles can be accessed via the drive window. Inferno. Selva Oscura. Okay, this is more mobile gamey. Select the top part of the center cards to swap them out for a different identity. From this menu, you may select one of the identities you have extracted to deploy them into battle. Please select the newly acquired identity for Ishmael. Is this just different egos? So you won't ever gain a different person, you'll only get a different version of a sinner. So there's no more characters than the 12 we see here? That's a little disappointing, I think. The advantage of this system is that the game will kindly redirect attacks aimed at targets that just died to living ones, so it's impossible to waste an action the way you can in more traditional encounters, which we'll be seeing later. This role is forced and will always be She Association Ishmael, a 2-star identity. Huh. Unlike most gacha games, you don't get new units per se. The same 12 sinners you start with are the ones you'll have for the entire game. That's weird! Instead, the sinners gain identities based on various factions and individuals of the city.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
I mean, like half of them got screws loose.
이런 걸 의미했던 건가요? 너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요, 이스마엘.
자연히 시정잡배 같은 일보다 주목표에 도달하는 게 마음.
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의 모든 가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까 기억이 조금 더 쉬워졌을 거예요.
They are what ifs. What if this person was part of this faction? What if this story character was replaced completely by another person? Weird.
곧 익숙해질 거예요.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해 보이는데? 이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거 아니야?
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요.
Don't mistake yourselves for the ship of Theseus. This was brought up in a manhwa that I read. The question is, I don't know the origin of it, but it's like, let's say you have a boat, and then over time you replace every single part of that boat. Is it the same boat?
인격과 기억을 빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을 잃도록 설계되어 있지는 않아요.
I don't know if I trust her.
거울에 비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수 있으나 거울 밖을 벗어나면 거울 속의 형체 또한 잃기에.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는 단테 씨에게 달렸어요. 거울 세계의 다양한 가능성을.
메타몰프시스를 말하는 건가?
네, 일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서 알았대?
주워들었다. 이 사람 저 사람 많이 만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
변신이라.
The ship of Theseus is a famous philosophical dilemma. Theseus was the Greek hero who slew the Minotaur, and he journeyed so long that every single part of his ship had to be replaced. Is it the same ship afterwards, I think is the question, I guess.
탐소는 끝났나? 일단 길부터 뚫자고. 어차피 지겨울 정도로 붙어 있을 테니. 뭐
Okay. I'm cautiously optimistic so far. Whoa. That's a cool look.
뭐야? 내가
This is
보고
where you view
싶었던
each
거야?
character's basic stats. This is where you view your character's list of skills and upgrade progress. You may also select an enemy to view their detailed information. Each unit has resistance values. Use these values to determine what attack type or affinity they are weak against. They're weak to cut damage. Or fatal, actually. Attack types and affinities. Each skill's damage is classified by 2 categories, 3 attack types and 7 sin affinities. The target's resistance to these categories can either increase or reduce the damage dealt. A higher resistance value on a unit means they will take more damage from that damage type. Oh, actual sins. Wrath, lust, sloth, blood, and gloom, and pride and envy. And those are the same icons from Ruina. Pierce, blunt, slash. I'm probably just gonna call it Pierce, blunt, cut. Like, cut is how I read that normally in Etrian Odyssey. Check your enemy's weaknesses and select the skills that can exploit them to deal more damage. Well, you're fatal to cut. You're fatal to cut. I'm assuming everyone here is fatal to cut. Yes, and I don't think they have a particular sin weakness, so... What am I looking at here? Where do I see the attack type of this? Oh, that is... cut. Oh, the icon is... Oh, that's actually quite nice. All this stuff is cut, then. That one at the end is pierced. I think. Okay. Let's see. The dilemma is it still the same ship after every single part of it was replaced one by one until not a single original part remained? If not, when did it stop being the same ship? It often comes up in questions about selfhood and the nature of things. In addition to the returning 3 physical damage types, there are now 7 colored sin affinities. And I do see that this, if you chain multiple colors of them, it says an icon.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
This is too much, bro. I'm sure I'll get it eventually, but I'd rather it go down the list. In most cases, the unit with the leftmost skill on the dashboard will be the first to act among allies. Starting from the allied unit highest on the deployment order, an ally gains 1 additional slot with every passing turn. This means that they gain an extra opportunity to attack. Huh. That's Pierce. It's favored. Wait, why is that favored? This dude's fatal to cut. So why is the Pierce one more favored than the cut one? What makes this different? Plus 50%? Minus 34%? Huh. Oh, I can't choose the final skill. Oh, because one of my dudes is staggered. Let's see.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Use one of these buttons to let the sinners choose what skills they want to use. However, it must be emphasized that leaving the sinners to make their own strategic choices could lead to suboptimal combat performances. Clash Outcome Forecast. The Clash Outcome Forecast appears at the top of the screen beside each selected skill. Please note that the forecast is not always perfect, but it is serviceable when quick decisions are necessary. Wrath is a red fire, Lust is an orange double helix, Sloth is a yellow blob thing, Gluttony is a green leaf, Gloom is a cyan wave, Pride is a dark blue swords, and Envy is violet thorns. That's the Clash odds prediction. Favored means you'll probably win. Favored is about the chance to win the clash. That's how likely it means it wins the clash. So, do I want to go more favored instead of what the better damaging would be? Like, I know that they're all weak to cut, but those other moves are more favored. The forecast assumes that no modifiers will change once combat starts, so in-combat modifiers can make it turn out wrong. No one's stunned anymore. How do I get 2 attacks out with my first guy, by the way? Well, let's actually take a look then. This is favored regardless. They're both Pierce, purple. What's the 3/11 and 3/11 and the 2/6? Like, so the base power of these abilities is 3. Winning the coin toss gives 4. It's 2 and 2, so I think I'm guaranteed to win that clash. This one is 2 plus 7. Plus 50%? Is that because his sanity is high? No, it's a 0, I think. No, I'm still the dude. I'm still my first guy. Lee Sin, that's not his name. Let's see. Depends on the situation. Usually winning clashes is more important than damage because you need to get your SP up, and winning clashes is the best way to do that. Minimum roll versus max. Yeah. Okay. What happens if you what happens if you both draw? Like, what if we both fail or coin toss and it's 2 versus 2? Dominating. Why is that at plus 100%? Well, first of all, it's cut, so it's going to do good damage. Clash win plus 10% damage. This guy would have to win a coin toss. And I have 3 coin toss chances as well. Oh, just straight up unopposed. Well, they're both favored. They're both cut damage. Guess we'll go with this one.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
I wish it was slower. I'm being real with you. I'm sure once I get the hang of the combat, I'd prefer it to be fast, but it's just, it's too much, bro. Damn! In this kind of encounter, you will gain an extra skill slot each turn, which will be given to each sinner in the deployment order. If your clash draws, you just clash again. No coins are cracked. So all that happens is the clash count goes up, which slightly increases damage for whoever wins. The percentages are a representation of how the attack is interacting with the enemy's resistances. Oh, wow. We have, like, way more things to pick from now, right? Well, if we're unopposed, that's probably because they're staggered, yeah. Also unopposed, favored. Unopposed, this gives me the purple buff. I'm assuming it's a buff. I can get orange buff here. It's straight up unopposed, so I don't see why not.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
I mean, this is just a slaughter now, right?
폭의 거울은 깨졌어. 폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
아름답진 않네.
Jesus. I'm very slowly getting the hang of it, I think.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어도
Huh? What was the point of putting me through all that fighting then? Virgilius stepped in at the sight of my rattling head and agitated gestures.
진정하시죠, 단테. 걸음마도 떼지 못한 아이에게 달리기를 시킬 순 없지 않겠습니까?
Who you calling a toddler?
걸어볼 기회가 있다면 직접 걷고 나서 달리셔야죠.
And the time-honored tradition of murdering helpless rats continues. I mean, they're the one that picked the fight, right? Fuck them.
단테, 당신은 관리자, 나는 길잡이. 알겠습니까? 토달지 말라고.
How am I supposed to not question a stranger who can't even hear me?
째깍거리긴 하는데
별말 없었습니다.
긍정을 성대하기도 하는군.
그럼 메피, 출발하자.
결혼 기분이 어때?
Play that line back. She was gonna say woohoo. I skipped it, damn it.
매우 신나. 날아갈 것 같습니다, 카론.
This thing is adorable.
좋아.
Joa. Dante. Calm thy tits. Look. Alright. So, where are we going?
베르길리우스, 그가 목적지를 묻습니다.
말했던 것 같습니다만, 단테.
Oh, cancel. Oh, third icon from the left. I just read the left.
그럼 메피, 출발하자. 야호.
Thank you. But just where are we going? With his sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
지역으로 출발하지.
I thought we were in a forest. Oh, it's just thematic. I'm gonna shut up now. Not bad. Limbus Company. You've linked me that song before, right, Alonso? I'm almost positive I've heard that at least once before. Hello, new manager. Okay. Okay, what's the important thing here? I'm assuming this. Nominable S1 Battle Pass Ego Ticket. Use this item to select the Season 1 Battle Pass Ego to obtain. Huh. Interesting. I recognize that. Sure. Just gotta log in 2 weeks in a row. Limbus Company, third anniversary. Log in during the event and pick up a 3-star guaranteed GK extraction ticket. Can be used to perform 10 extractions where 1 3-star identity is guaranteed to appear. Cool. Don Quixote.
그대 드디어 목적지를 찾은 것이오.
Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. All of these items look the same to me, bro. Okay. Nice. Abnormality Mandela Moth. Yes, I beat LobCorp 2 weeks ago. We started Ruina as well, the same night. And I'm still in the middle of Ruina, but I'm starting Limbus tonight because of this event. So, we'll see. Deka, as in 10. Oh. Gotcha. Oh, I'll ruin Ryoshu is a fucking demon. I'm assuming that's one of those egos. Let's see how we can continue playing through the story. Vroom vroom. Select this button to continue playing through the story. Okay, alright. I'm not completely railroaded at the moment. What am I looking for here? Complete suppression after defeating a Bong Bong orange unit in a single encounter? What? Is this the thing? There's a little too much information, guys. Okay, alright. What the fuck is a Walpurgis Nacht? Permission to vroom vroom? Huh? What is any of this? Where am I? I don't have any friends. Right now, let's just continue the story. Okay. We're driving, boys. We're going to the Outcast. I thought I was in the other place, though. Or did that end it already? I want to know. Selva Oscura. Yes, I guess that did end it. Or no? Well, it seemed to make me want to do the other one. Sure. Don't mess with your profile yet? This doesn't matter. Gotcha.
베르,
The event we want you to interact with is just the anniversary. Okay. Can you go back to the main screen and press the button with Don Quixote thing? After this one. Please remind me.
앞에 장애물이 있어. 부릉.
How dare I? Say it again.
앞에 장애물이 있어. 부릉부릉.
Thank you. Also, I completely skipped that. The chatter was what finally got me to open my eyes. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Not that there was much else to do on a bus whose destination was unknown to me. My lack of head and memory certainly didn't help either. What the fuck is free lunacy? Is that my energy? That's called candy in Trickle. Sanity in Arknights.
그래, 계속 지나가자고.
응, 덜컹덜컹. 비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘 먹었다고 그랬어.
Clump stuck to the window gently dissolve, letting the light through. Most of the people seated on the bus, sinners, fixed their gaze ahead with varied expressions in their eyes. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is to be expected in the city. Hey, I feel rather awkward to try to get another shut-eye again now that I was wide awake. Just then a man with a conspicuously overgrown stubble drew my attention. But, I mean, glasses. Know where we're going right now? A feature far more conspicuous than his stubble made me slow.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지?
Bug guy. Lunacy is the gamble currency. Oh, I'll take some of that. Oh, it's back in the menu, right? I doubt it would be in here.
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 그레고르요. 당신이 시계 대가리가 아니라 단테라고 불리듯이.
I couldn't find any excuses, so I just gave him a light nod.
어이, 기사 양반. 우리
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요. 당신이 벌레 양반이 아니라 그레고르라고 불리듯이.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, Charon. She got you there, Gregor.
건전도 못 건졌네.
베르가 말했어. 수감자들은 사구로 간다.
사구! 방금 사구라고 말했는가? 그곳은 연두낭자의 출신지로 유명하지. 영웅의 발자취는 그때부터 시작되었다네. 바야흐로.
Sueño imposible. Impossible? I'm actually not sure how we would pronounce that. Hang on.
Impossible.
Not that one. It's Spanish.
Imposible.
Yeah, imposible. I was right. Impossible dream. Ah. It's kind of sad. You have to claim it in the menu the tutorial place. Gotcha. You get Lunacy 4, among other things, clearing stages. This includes the prologue stages, which you otherwise have little reason to ever check again. So most people don't find that reward at first. Alright.
아까부터 시끄럽게 쫑알쫑알. 입 다물고 조용히 좀 가지.
나는 아까까지 입을 다물고 있었네만.
말 대답하지 말라고.
이봐요. 본인이 더 시끄럽다는 건 알아요?
죽어도 살아난다고 해서 아프지 않은 건 아니야. 한 번만 더 주둥이 놀려봐.
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게 폭력이라니. 수준 알만하네요.
So their outfits don't change in the story, right? Because she should be the other version of her, right? For a moment, I found myself contemplating. Should I step in? Is this the part where I exercise my authority as the manager with dignity and grace? A faint memory urges me to do something. Now, guys, it's inadvisable to lose your...
모분조도. 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지지. 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Excuse me? What kind of nerd shit was that? Tranches? To write against noisy crying hogs and tails scragging.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네. 그대는 내가 응징하지.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어. 옷에 피가 튀었잖아. 저기
This is just crazy. We haven't even reached our destination and 3 people are dead already. And all because of infighting too.
이거 잠깐 한눈이라도 팔려고 하면 사고를 치는군. 너희 넷 이거
어째서? 본인은 정의를 구현했을 뿐인 것을.
잠깐. 내 옷 빨래도 포함시켜줘. 피는 와인이랑은 다르게 잘 안 빠진단 말이야.
Going back tonight, the lifeless janitors to be littering the floor. Maybe they're already taking their unlimited revivals for granted. Problem is, I don't even know how I'm exactly supposed to bring them back.
단테 시계를 돌려주시겠습니까?
Turn the clock?
아, 그런 모양새면 어리둥절한 표정이라는 건가? 파우스트 씨.
Veriglius. Vergilius. I think Veriglia is a card fight Vanguard thing. It's been confusing me this whole time. Vergilius gives Faust a tired nod and gestures to me. She let out a small sigh, but still came to my seat, probably out of a sense of
처음
obligation.
만났던 날에도 당신이 했던 일을 말하는 거예요, 단차. 다시.
Though I have no eyes to close, blocking my sight is something I've done. Can I just fade away into nothing? No, I haven't earned the right yet, I guess. I had no reason not to follow Faust's instruction here.
사실 문은 어디에나 있어요. 그러나 당신에게만 보이죠.
I let it come to me in the same way I'd opened my eyes. And then an expanse of space laid itself out ahead. There I was alone, with a massive door stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Oh god, it's made out of people. Waves of suffocating heat and cries of agony escaped through the gap. My mind almost blacks out at the sound of the incessant lamentations and wailing. However, I find myself approaching the door, still grasping at the handles as if it's the most natural thing to do. Well, despite appearing rather ponderous, the door opens without much resistance. I run my hand through the inside of the door. Thousands upon thousands of cacophonous wailings lie within, and reaching further inside, I grab a few outstretched hands. I can feel the histories of different sins, and each bearing a brand of its own, crawling along my hand and up my arm. Could that have been the question? Or rather, pressure to comply. With all my strength, I yank out the sinners clinging to my hand from beyond the door. Why do I have this power? FMA asked Thor. Oh my god, you're not wrong. Terrible pain spread through my neck and head. A torture so unbearable, I'd taken death over it and it refused to let up. I'd have taken. The sensation of bones and muscles twisting and entangling. Look. Say those two back to back. With each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My untrained legs buckle under the unbearable pain, and I drop to my knees onto the pool of blood. And then I see it. The vibrating surface of the red viscous liquid bubbling and splattering as the pain grows even worse. Soon the blood soaking the ground coagulated and fused into 3 separate masses. Then the pain that seemed to go on forever disappeared just like that. As the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew off, the terrible red haze cleared from my vision, and I was once again returned to the rumbling bus. As soon as Heathcliff comes to, he rubs his neck, hisses out a few curses, and stomps towards Ryoshu. Hold on, I just brought you back. If you're going straight into another fight? Heathcliff whips around to glare at me, eyes blinded with fury.
잠깐만요. 단테 씨가 괴로워하시는 것 같은데.
Heathcliff does not wait for Sinclair to finish his speech and slams his steel bat into the young man's skull. The bus filled with Sinclair's choking, unintelligible gurgles as he lay dying. They said I could call HR, right? Oh, I missed a lot of chats there. Give me a moment. Ryoshu's primary character quirk is what she calls sangria. Succinct abbreviation naturally germinates rather immaculate art. Isn't sangre like blood in Spanish? I thought she was Japanese. Could also just be a coincidental acronym. And yes, we've just started the first real chapter of the story, and 3 of the sinners have straight up murdered each other, and we are stuck in this madhouse for the next couple of years at minimum. Yikes. Don Quixote will be called Don't Hold Tea. You're on thin ice, Urge. This does seem rather like hurting cats in a way. Someone playing eugenics. Gotcha. What do you assume HR does anything in this universe? They said on his hiring page, call HR. Can I just choose not to res Heathcliff? Just leave him dead for a while. I'm sure it's not fun beyond that door that's in my head. What the fuck is that place, by the way? Heathcliff tightens the grip of his bat while Ishmael readies to swing her mace. How did I end up managing a bunch of people who stay the same wrecks even after literally coming back from death? As my mind wandered, a sinister chill swept in and froze the tension in the bus in total silence.
아무래도 제대로 교정해둬야겠어.
The sinners, who'd been seconds away from jumping at each other's throats, came to an immediate standstill, as a pair of red eyes raked over them in a freezing, merciless glare.
첫 번째 규칙. 버스 안에서는 무기 부딪히는 소리가 들리지. 이 순간 이후로 이 규칙이 깨어지면 너희는 내게 제발 죽여달라고. 난 충분히 그럴 수 있는
What grade would this guy be as a fixer?
알지?
Sinclair's death throes were the only sound that broke the silence. Heathcliff glowered at... I'm sorry, I keep wanting to read it as Veriglia. Again, that's the card 5 Vanguard thing. Heathcliff glowered at Vergilius. Vergilius or Virgilius? I'm gonna say Vergilius. And didn't dare argue back.
미안하게 됐습니다.
Again? I quickly shook my head. There's no way I was putting myself through that again. It hurt so much that death seemed downright merciful. The ghost of a smile on Vergilius's face evaporates as his expression hardens.
내가 아직 사과와 부탁을 하고 있을 때 문을 여는 게 좋을 텐데.
Treating being dead as a timeout goes wild. He's actually what's called a color fixer. Vergilius is a color fixer, those who are above the 1 through 9 rankings entirely. His title is the Red Gaze. Was Gebra one of them? She's the Red Mist?
단지 아픔이 두려운 거라면 그 정도의 고통에는 눈 하나 깜빡 안 하게 말이죠. 그럼 견딜 수 있지 않겠어?
내가 잘못 들은 건가? 관리자님이 분명
당신
입사할 때 나의 상관은 네가 아니라 관리자님이라고 분명히 들었다.
Fair point, honestly.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면 의미는?
그래. 보좌관께서 나서시겠단 말인. 그렇다면 보좌관께도 충분.
Vergilius's eyes turned a deeper shade of red, sharpening that bone-cold stare. I don't really know what I'm meant to do as the manager, or if I even deserve to take this role. But I felt that I should at least stop things from spiraling into an even bigger mess. Bringing back one sinner should hurt less than reviving all 12 at once. Otis, I'll rewind the clock. It's okay.
잘 생각하셨군.
관리자께서 그러시겠다면.
Took over the color of red after Kali got clankerified and became Gebra. Colors were mentioned briefly in the Zwei Association arc, stating that a color is the one who ended the pianist. Oh, I thank you for reminding me, because I did not remember that. Vergilius is the current red color, having succeeded Kali/Gebra on account of her being dead / a box spot for the past decade plus. So it's been a decade in between LobCorp falling into a time bubble ? It's not the sort of torture I could ever put a name on anyway.
고맙습니다.
Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and without an appreciation before tottering back to his seat. Can't we just kill Heathcliff again? If I'm gonna be rezzing somebody, might as well vent some anger. I got 40 roses, free lunacy. A rose-shaped crystalline material used for performing extractions and purchasing encephaline boxes. Alright, so what am I looking for here? What did you want me to do earlier, Urge? Where am I right now? No, Kali died in the outskirts lab, and then LobCorp HQ spent 10 years of real-time and compressed time loop hell. Yeah. I can't really parse this as a main menu yet.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
What am I looking for here? In fact, we don't know how long it has been since the last 2 games, aside from probably not that long. That's a lot of goodies right there. Does not look like you can do the event. I just started. And I'll take all this. How much is a lot of these roses? Kumo no Ito. Huh. A mail on the tutorial. I'm blind as a bat, bro.
그대 드디어 목적지를 찾은 것이오.
Window is where your mailbox, announcements, the battle pass, and various other things are. This is the battle pass? I just started playing, yeah. I'm 10 hours into Ruina, and I finished Lava Corp 2 weeks ago. Old meme 592. Okay, well, what's at the very end? You don't show a man a battle pass. Is it worth grinding for? Oh god, no, it's one of those ones that goes over 100. What's this? I don't know what I'm looking at. Is this that character that chopped off their heads? I forgot her name already, sorry. 1300 lunacy is a 10 pool, and 200 pools is a hard pity. Oh, 200 is a lot. I guess that's what it usually is, huh? Daily login. Already got this for today.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저
Oh yeah, I already got this. Clear Canto 8. I think that is. Okay. Actually, level 121 loops forever. Oh, it's one. Okay, it's one of those. You can easily complete the entire battle pass in a couple of weeks, and the current season won't end until August at the earliest. That's surprisingly nice. I like that. Battle passes at the moment. I've been tempted to start the Eternal Return one, but I think the season's already halfway over, and that's a MOBA. And it's a MOBA I would have to play on the Chinese servers, so it just sounds like stacking levels of maybe I shouldn't after all. Centers is obviously going to be my units. You can configure various teams from your 12 Limbus Company centers and their identities. Oh god. In the Centers window, selecting a Center's identity portrait will show a list of their identities and ego. You can change your team from there. Select the All Identities or All Ego button on the right to view a full list of identities and ego for all centers, making it easier to design your team loadout. Deployment menu. In normal team loadout menus, clicking anywhere on each identity portrait loads into the Edit Team menu. However, in Battle Encounter team menus, the identities portrait will be divided into the following two areas. Selecting the upper part of the portrait loads into the Edit Team menu, where you can view and swap out the identities and ego of the selected center. Selecting the lower part of the portrait deploys the center, which means that the center will be taking part in that battle. Edit Deploy. This area on the bottom right shows the total number of deployable identities for this battle. You can have one that's all 12, huh? Should we do a pull? Also, that story where I had to res like 4 of the units, there was no fight. I guess it's just a story node. I think, oh god, Girls Frontline 2 Exilium. I haven't played it in like probably close to half a year now, but that's the only other gacha that I played. Or mobile game, it has a PC port though. It's XCOM gameplay, but with anime women. Let's see. Grinding the infinite battle pass levels is in fact the best way to acquire ego shards, the most important currency in the game. Ego shards can be exchanged for identities and ego with only a few restrictions. Because of that, this is a gacha game where you fundamentally do not need the gacha, and it's arguably only even worth it to roll at all during Walpurgis Night. Okay. You will not be able to edit your team in certain battle encounters. However, in those cases, selecting near on the center's identity portrait will deploy that identity to battle. Select and hold the identity portrait to view the selected identity information. In the detailed identity menu, you can view more information about the selected identity and any of its equipped ego. Select the announcer button on the left to view the list of announcers. Select the magnifier icon at the top of each announcer to view the voice lines for each situation. Select from the list of keywords or team names to name your team. You can create up to 20 teams. Selecting the detailed info button here to view the following information: all identities, skill attack types, sin affinities, and equipped ego. On the right panel, you can access the general overview of the types and amounts of ego resources your team. This is too much words. Currently, all Walpurgis Night content can be rolled, even on the new player banner, and those free tickets they're giving you from the Annie/new player bonuses. So, And Walpurgis is this thing that only comes once in a while, right? Select the right panel to view the identities that gain the selected ego resources and ego that use them. You can copy and share the team code or paste in here to load a team loadout. Okay. This is if you want to use one of your friends' units. Every gacha game has it. Copy the team code, load the team code. Deploying backup units. In normal battles, you cannot deploy more centers than the participant limit indicated in the bottom right corner. However, in chain battles, you can deploy backup units in addition to participating units. When a unit is defeated mid-battle, a backup unit will substitute in to fill their place. In chain battles, the battle will not end in defeat until all units selected for the battle encounter, both participating units and backup units, are defeated. Okay, that's not every fight. When a participating unit is killed, backup units will be substituted into the field in the order of their deployment. When the backup units substitute into the battle, they will enter with bonus SP based on the starting SP values defined by their deployment order. Certain chain battles may give additional buffs for backup units. Please experiment with deployment orders and strategize prior to entering chain battles to gain an edge. In chain battles, SP loss, well, that's a cool ego. In chain battles, SP loss due to ally death listed in the base factors. In chain battles, SP loss due to ally death listed in the base factors increasing/decreasing sanity will not activate. If an ally is defeated mid-encounter, a backup unit with the earliest deployment order will replace them. This is called substitution or substitute. When a deployed unit is defeated, its support passive will be activated instead of its combat passive. Okay. When a backup unit substitutes in, its combat passive will activate instead of its support passive. That makes me think of Toho Pocket Wars for some reason. They'll actually be raising the loadout max to 40 soon. Huh. I don't think I have that many in Arc Knights. I haven't played Arc Knights in a good couple of months now, but I think I had mostly like 2 or 3 loadouts. Besides the Arc Knights collab, which happened last year and won't be having a rerun anytime soon, no gameplay-relevant content is permanently unavailable, ever. Walpurgis Night, or WN I'm assuming, is the only truly limited event, and you can always get WN content from later WNs if you get bad gacha luck. Huh. And you're saying I can get it all just from the new player pool? Maybe we'll do a 10 or 20 pool right now if I have the resources for it. Enemy count. In chain battles, the indicator that shows the number of waves shows the number of enemies and the number of defeated enemies instead. However, this indicator does not take into account the extra enemies that are summoned due to certain conditions. Yeah, that's a lot. So what are the differences here? I don't know what I clicked. I want to see more about this. It's Zayn rank. Huh. Like, I want to know the difference between regular Ishmael and this version over. You have to press and hold on an ID/ego to see what it does. Ah, thank you. It's fatal to pierce, it's normal on blunt, and it's resistant to cut. That's kind of nice. I wasn't actually paying attention to the damage types those rats were using. It's Zayn, I think. What exactly am I looking at here? So these are the only attack types she has? base power of 2, a dice power of 4, or it's not a dice, it's a coin power of 4. And when you hit heads, gain 2 poise. What is poise? On hit, gain a potency-based chance to deal critical damage, reducing the count by 1 if successful. At the end of the turn, reduce the count by 1. So when you get hit... No. When you hit heads, gain 2 poise. On hit, gain potency-based chance to deal critical damage. That seems kind of good. Go back to the tutorial? Or back to the tutorial? Let's see. All centers start with their 1-star, 1-0 LCB center identities, often referred to as base IDs. They're obviously not great, but they get upgraded for free from the story and won't seriously fall off for a while. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, what do we do now, fellas? I'm good for another hour. I wasn't sure how I was gonna like it, but I'm liking it well enough.
나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이야.
There's so much right now, man. I like it better when I don't even have the button until I unlock it. Are these battle pass missions? In Arena, statuses mostly just have a value, and Limbus statuses can also have both potency and count. Count is how many times it does the thing, potency is how good is the thing. Doesn't help that early poise IDs were borderline non-functional. Prologue? So am I done with the prologue? What does it look like when I've not done a node yet? It'd be grayed out. Okay, I guess I am done with the prologue. Are these the freebies y'all were talking about? Don't mind if I do. Yeah, Trickle does this too. Trickle, you have to get 3-star on every stage, though. And I think it's only for the general combat stuff. Event stuff doesn't do that for you. Old Poise IDs are borderline useless. They have no count, and Poise needs a lot of it. Base Ishmael is so bad that She Ishmael is better despite being a Poise ID. Huh. Okay, we got our goodies. How are we feeling? We continue the story? What are we doing here, fellas? Let's go gambling? Oh, hell yeah. Extract? Target extraction? Kessid! I know who that is. Oh! That's, what's the freaky plant lady centaur? It had like no story. It was WoW it was WoW rank. We got it at the very final LobCorp stream. It would look way better if the colors were different, I think. Hornet! Cool. Poise is how you do crits in this game. The crit multiplier is 1.2 times. Old Poise IDs don't have that kind of numbers needed to make it worthwhile. Is this the one? Alariune. Yes, thank you. It sounded like Alraune, but it actually wasn't. What are we doing here? This Ryoshu ID is dual-wielding Faint Aroma from Alariune and Solitude from Old Lady. I don't remember Solitude. What fucking ego is that? Whoa! Holy shit, that's cool. Jesus. Oh, it's Rodion as well. Looks nothing like that. Alright, are we doing welcome pool? Only 20 free, or not 20, but only 20 pools. I'm pretty sure Arknights gives you like 40 or 50. New manager and the guaranteed ticket. Where would I see that? Guaranteed ticket. Did you get a marathon ad, Pork? Yeah, fuck marathon. Concord 3, baby. I know it's incredibly mean-spirited, but I fucking love the Concordian timeline meme. I know how mean-spirited it is, but like, dude, I'm gonna pull it up on stream. This shit's just funny. Game flops so hard it becomes an adjective for future games afterwards. This is a really blurry image, but it's Concord game. The Concordian timeline. Concord, Highguard, Marathon, and then Horizon. I don't know. I find that shit funny. The ticket is right above the new manager. Oh! 3-star identity assured extraction? Okay. Let's do this one first, I guess. Okay. How can I tell if it's good or not? I'm assuming gray is bad. Okay. I'm assuming these dupes are to be expected. Just standard units, a lot of Rodion.
지금 이 순간부터 날 보고 눈살을 찌푸린 자들은 모두 열애자로 간주하겠다.
Season 1 G Corp Head Manager Otis. One stars are gray, 2 stars are red, 3 stars and ego are different shades of gold, and Walpurgis next up is green. Oh, okay. Is this oh, for a second I thought this was Welcheers.
요슈, 듣이. 어? 이렇게 무전하면 안 된다고? 주려 말하지 마.
System Manager. Note that there are no 1-star IDs besides the base IDs, so those just get you shards no matter what, as does every duplicate ID. Okay. These thingies, I'm guessing, yeah? Let's do it again.
실례하겠습니다. 상가에서 준비한 애프터눈 티입니다.
Season 4, Wuthering Heights Butler Faust.
자, 정의가 찾아왔어. 악인들을 평등한 죽음으로 이끌이라.
She Association South Section 5 Director, Don Quixote.
잠깐만 기다려봐. 이것만 마저 달면 되니까. 됐다. 봐봐.
Hello?
지금 출동하라고?
Hello? And then just dupes. Gotcha. A duplicate ego does not exist. You can only roll for ego you don't own. You can only roll ego you don't own. Huh. Nice. Hang on. Take me to my sinners. The antlers are a nice touch. I do like that a lot. being real with you, I don't know what I'm looking at. So that was 3-star? Because it didn't look gold on the thing. If target's HP is about 50%, deal 10% more damage. That sounds cool. Is that normal? What is sinking? When hit by an attack, take fixed SP damage by the effect's potency. Units with no sanity take gloom damage instead. Then reduce count by 1. Okay. I'm assuming this is just better. It's 3-star. Alright, let's do the other pool. Is it bad? Because I mean, look. I have another chance to bring up Lost Saga? Wait. Hang on. It's been 10 years. Let it go already. Zexel. The game's dead. It's never coming back. But this is immediately what I thought of. The wooden antlers from Druid set in Lost Saga. My hands down favorite armor in the whole game. God, I love this thing. How many Lost Saga references is that tonight? Not enough. Either way, let's do this. It's green! And that's gold. Honestly, for now, some of the 3-star IDs aren't that usable yet because they need to be upgraded to get their mechanics online. Arcorp Rodia is a charge ID, an archetype that needs their skill 3 to function properly. They're even not better than just the generics? I know I can just hit this, but I'll just do it one by one. To make the luck, right? It's a nice shade of green. So what's the order? It would be red, gold, green in rarity. I forgot about this guy, since he hasn't said anything in the story since he introduced himself. Dead Rabbit's boss. Not to be confused with the rabbits, right, from L Corp? Ah, the joy of Gacha rituals, yes. Alright.
그 대답으로 충분합니다. 죽음.
No, not Faust again. I don't like her. For a second, I thought 2B. It's just the thing. Hey, Shopak, Mao Branch Adept. And then lastly...
내 앞에 서지 말도록. 악마가 깃든
Oh! They're fire shoots!
하나가 되고 싶은 게 아니라면.
My boy! Hell yeah, dude. You're telling me that's the best ID in the game? Nice. Heishou Mao Faust is so broken the devs nearly nerfed her and did nerf a 2-star ID she has synergy with. Huh. Sweet. I'll take it. And their fry shoots is just cool. Alright. What is this? I think this is just my ID or whatever. Well, let's take a look. Nice. Was worried I'd get nothing. Fatal to bash. Like heavily resists Pierce. inflict burn equal to dark flame. Heads hit, inflict 1 dark flame next turn. Unique burn, max value 7. Target loses defense level equal to the value of this effect. Turn end, deal value x burn on target. Pride affinity damage, then expires. Huh. Their Fresh's Otis is basically mandatory for burn teams due to her unique Dark Flame status, letting you potentially multiply burn damage by 8x. Wow. Well, if I had to get an ego, I'm glad I got their Freshoots. Also, what's this about being Zayn? Excuse me? He's clearly rank in game. On use, gain 1 magic bullet once per turn. Skill end, lose SP equal to magic bullets. Max value 7. Value change depending on certain skill effects. Lobotomy, ego, magic bullet, bullet Otis only. The higher the value, the higher the base power and coin power of skill 3, but I don't have skill 3. Every ID has a 0.5x damage type resist and a 2x damage type weakness. Ah. So I can't have just good resistances across the board like LobCorp. On hit, inflict burn equal to dark flame on target. Is this specifically on the first head coin and then our heads flip? And then this is just on hit. Burn otherwise struggles to do damage because unlike every other status, it only does the one end of turn damage proc. Quite the opposite of how good it was in Ruina. Yeah, it's crazy good in Ruina. This isn't an ego, it's an ID wearing an ego. Okay. And I don't seem to be able to look at skill 3. Oh, I can. But what was the other one? If target has 6+ burns, coin power +1. Nice. On hit, add less than 4 magic bullets, gain 1 magic bullet, then inflict a dark flame equal to magic bullet next turn. Heads hit, inflict burn equal to dark flame on target. Magic bullet fire, deal plus 0.5% damage for every burn on target, max 15%. Before attacking 1 magic bullet, lose magic bullet 1 minus 1 times 5 SP. Attack weight becomes equal to magic bullet value at 10 or less SP 50% chance to attack indiscriminately. Oh, does that include allies? Because that would be fitting with Freshoots from LobCorp. WN's alternate between library guests and LobCorp employees wearing ego gear. Huh. Attack end. If at 7 magic bullets reset to 0, counts as spending the last ammo. On hit, inflict dark flame equal to magic bullet next turn. So just burn all the stacks at once? Alright. I don't think I'm topping that, so should we do another fight? What was the Don Quixote I got? La Sangre de Sancho. Sancho was Don Quixote's sidekick, right? Don Quixote Sancho. Sancho something? Sancho Panza. Oh, let's see. The Zayn is Otis's personal ego, which is always equipped unless replaced. Ego in this game are basically ultimates. The tutorial will explain more later. Yeah, indiscriminate means the skill can attack its user's allies, though depending on targeting, it might now. Oh, it might not. I'm just gonna equip the things. Although you said that the Rodion one's worse, right? I'll learn as we go, I guess. And apparently this one's really good. Is there a reason for that? Blink Step. It has a coin power of 2 and then +4 if you win the coin toss. I don't know what attack weight is, but I'm sure I'll learn. On use, if target has 6+ rupture, coin power +1. On hit, inflict 1 rupture. On hit, inflict +1 rupture count. On use, if target has 4+ rupture, coin power +1. Clash win, inflict +1 rupture on count. On hit, that's a lot of things. If target has Deathrite Haste or Deathrite Fissure, deal plus 30% damage. That sounds like a lot. Honestly, you should leave the base IDs on for now, except for Ishmael and Faust, whose base IDs are beyond awful. Okay. We also have the Butler one. Wuthering Heights Butler. Attack weight is how Limbus handles AoE. Basically, every point of attack weight can target one enemy skill slot, unless the enemy has slot weight. What did you say? Ishmael and Faust. I was hoping for another Ishmael one. I like Ishmael. I got their fresh shoots though. How could I not want to use it? I guess if I don't have ways to facilitate extra burn, it's probably better just go with normal. We'll stick with the regular for now. Alright. What do we do now, boys? The game hasn't really explained leveling up yet, so I'll just wait for it to explain that. I don't know why this keeps having an exclamation mark. Okay. Can we get rid of those, please? Yes. The overwhelming majority of skills have one weight and are thus single target, but powerful IDs and ego can have more. Okay. I would assume their fresh shoots would have some kind of extra AoE, right? Would it be displayed by multiple squares? Anytime you get an ID/ego, you get phrases/keywords to mix and match for your profile. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. I'll edit that later, I guess. Well, let's see some of these new things in action. Sure, just team one. Select 2 battle to begin the encounter with the currently deployed centers. Oh, well, I guess for tutorial purposes, I'm stuck with whatever they want to give me.
참전합니다.
저기 질문이 있네.
Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand.
첫 번째 규칙은 이해했다네. 그럼 두 번째는 무엇인가?
나 참. 아니 그걸 왜 굳이 나서서 물어보는 거야?
Vergilius shot a cold stare at Ryoshu, who had just lit a cigarette. She returned the look with an unreadable expression on her
두
face.
번째 규칙, 버스 바닥에 담배꽁초 버리지 마.
The bus falls silent again.
버스에 정적이 흐르면 안 되지. 엔진 소리는 어디 갔나?
There, Otis's S3 gains attack weight via its magic bullet rampaging gimmick. The more magic bullet you have, the more AoE you have, but also the more SP it eats to use, and if her SP is too low, she has a 50% chance to be indiscriminate and retarget at random, possibly hitting allies. Ooh. Okay. So you really want to be doing the outcomes that you're more likely to win your coin tosses against, I guess.
답이 없어. 메피가 배고파해.
잘 됐군. 분위기를 좀 환기시키지.
Could he be suggesting a fuel stop? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like some normal person at a pump felt strangely out of place. May I complain about a thing in my day-to-day? So, for some reason, I don't have the money or I don't have the funds to get it fixed at the moment or even figure out what the problem is. My car thinks its gas tank is always full. It incorrectly displays, it's like a digital thing, it's not like a meter, and it's always either full or empty or some random arrangement of like, it could be like, imagine we're on the empty slot, so like hang on, bust out MS Paint. Does this matter? No, but I'm gonna complain about this since we're talking about gas pump nozzles or whatever the fuck. Okay. My car has a thing like this, right? And it's a bunch of bars. It's way more bars than this, but you get me, yeah? And this would be empty, and this would be full. This thing, which you would normally think it would work like this, right? So if it was half full, then this half would be blank, right? And then this half would be the amount of bars of gas you have left. There's something wrong with my car where sometimes it'll display like this. How much gas do you think I have? If you think half, you're probably not right, because sometimes it'll display like this. How much gas do I have? And the worst part of it all, because it constantly thinks it's full, when I am at the pump, the car reads, "Oh, bro, the can's full, the tank's full. Stop." And then it physically undoes the pump, so I cannot put gas in. So normally, like when you're done, or it senses that the tank is full, it'll stop you because it doesn't want to get overfilled. On top of that, because it thinks it's full, even though it's not full, if I keep then trying to put gas in, because I know I've been driving a lot, like I've used up some of my tank, it'll shoot some of the fuel back out. And you might think that that's a sign of it being full, but I'm like almost positive it isn't. Because I'm poor as shit. I put like $2 of gas at a time. So there's zero chance that my tank is always full enough that it spews gas back out of it. Anyway. This has been my rambling. I'll go ahead and go back to the game. I don't know why that is, but it's really annoying every time I gotta put gas. Because it's like, okay, pump, it forcibly stops me. Fuel stop, fuel stop, fuel stop. And then there's like a chance that it's just gonna spit some of the gas back out. Ugh. Anyway. Let's see. Isn't there that one state in the Northeast where they have gas station attendants and don't know how to pump their own gas? I think it's Oregon. I can't tell you. I live in Texas. Should probably get someone who knows something about cars to look at it. I should. I don't have money, but I will save up for it, yes. Because it's been like this for not a year, but like close to a year. It still works. It's just really annoying when I need to put gas. And then there's always a fear in the back of my head like, okay, if it's incorrectly telling me how much gas I have left, what if I'm almost empty? You know. So I think I'm just gonna get a little gas can and keep it in the trunk. Just for emergency situations. But even then, what if it then just spits... It could be fully empty and be like, oh no, the tank's full, stop. And vomit out what little gas I have left. Anyway. The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like some normal person at a pump feels strangely out of place.
차가 움직이려면 연료가 필요하지.
Yeah? Yeah, does the Mephistopheles also spew gas out of the pump? Because, damn dude, that'd be annoying.
캐론, 헤드라이트를 깜빡거려봐. 무대 조명처럼.
응, 댄스 타임이야.
잠깐. 헤드라이트까지 켜면 습격받기 딱 좋은 상황이잖아요.
그걸 노린 거군.
Are we putting like the emergency lights or whatever? I can hear someone pounding against the bus's steel plating outside.
에이! 가진 거 다 놓고 내려. 30초 준다. 10, 9. 대박! 20이 빠졌잖아.
Oh
그럼
no.
20초 동안은 기도나 하고 있어라.
You aren't gonna make it far in this world, bro.
왜 이렇게 주변에 모자란 사람들이 많은 건지.
뭐라고 했냐?
비겁하게 습격을 하다니. 틀림없는 악인들이로군.
자, 다들 내려. 그리고 말이야. 최대한 죽지 않을
I was hoping I would get are there really good egos for Don Quixote? Because I want ones for Ishmael and Don Quixote. Obviously I can't pick, right? I can't pick my gotcha stuff, so I'm just curious is all. That's basically what we're doing right now, yeah. We're not gonna throw them into the engine, are we? I think we're gonna throw them into the engine. It was decidedly bloody in there when we got that gotcha pull. Chaining multiple skills with the same affinity, color, in the same turn will activate what is known as resonance. Connect these skills with the same affinities. Connect these skills with the same affinities and activate resonance. Oh, 2 blues and 2 yellows. Priders and slothers. I didn't say it earlier, but this sounds very silly. You can use shards to dispense, buy whatever you want, but this early in the game you shouldn't really need to yet. There's good ego for every sinner at this point. Huh. Chaining 2 or more skills of the same affinity will, in the turn, will activate what is known as resonance. Can you explain what resonance is, please?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
How am I supposed to read this?
좋은 전략입니다.
Chaining 3 or more adjacent skills with the same affinity activates absolute resonance. Try activating absolute resonance using these skills. Absolute resonance. Chaining 3 or more adjacent skills with the same affinity in the same turn will activate what is known as absolute resonance. Activating resonance slightly enhances affected skills based on the number of skills linked in the resonance chain. Skills closer to the right end of the dashboard receive greater boosts. Activating absolute resonance guarantees that every skill in the resonance chain will receive the boost.
행동을 개시합니다.
So this is 3 and 3. That's 3 against a stagger. Won that coin toss. That dude he got pulped.
순조로운 전략입니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
Jesus.
순조로운 전략입니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
Jesus. Each unit has a unique passive. Okay.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
Select the Sinner's tab, or the Sinner's skill tab. Faust's passive is a resonance passive. The conditionals for these passives can be met by activating resonance, that was explained earlier. Activating 2 blue resonances. Deal 10% damage to units with negative status effects. That seems a little conditionally. Please activate the resonance passive by activating resonance for the necessary affinity. Faust's passive requires 2 or more pride, indigo resonance.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
So everybody that's doing attacks that are blue gets a bonus to their coin power, or what?
새롭다니까요. 순조로운 전략입니다.
Jesus.
지금이 기회입니다.
Did he have a status effect? He had para, I think.
규정대로.
Let us take a look at a different type of passive. These icons in the top left corner of the screen also show the list of available passives. Select Moersalt's icon highlighted here. Staunchness. At less than 50% HP, gain 1 protection at the start of the combat phase. Sinner Mersalt's passive is an owned passive. Owned passives actively automatically each turn, provided you have enough ego resources to meet the requirement. What is an ego resource? This passive requires that you own 2 sloth, yellow, resources. Use a skill to gain an ego resource. Oh. To gain an ego resource corresponding to that skill's affinity, viewable here. Since we gathered enough sloth yellow ego resources in the previous turn, this owned passive is already active. Current active passives will be highlighted. Support passives. Sinners that have been sufficiently upgraded can assist the deployed sinners through their support passives. Support passives, like regular passives, have resonance and owned conditions. Okay. Staunchness. So we have over the 2 that we need. Like mermaid. So that's how you say his name. Mersalt? Resonance increases something called offense level. Every 3 offense level equals 1 clash power. Offense level also increases damage dealt by 3 to 1% based on the difference between the attacker's offense level and the defender's defense level. There are diminishing returns. Okay. This one's highlighted as well. Executor. If the target's SP is below 0, deal 10% damage. Whose passive is that? Seriously, whose passive is that? Wouldn't be yours, right?
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
It wouldn't be yours.
볼 일이 있나요, 관리자님?
We need 4 sloth thingies. If target's SP is below 0, and SP is not necessarily stunned, right? Since your stun is actually here. It's the breakpoint. Merceau. Okay, so we're... Okay. Gotcha. Merceau. Many passives or skill conditionals require resonance or absolute resonance to activate. That's a good one, dude. Does she keep that when using their fry shoots? Entertainment. Heals 6 HP next turn. Huh. Which resource is that? Oh wait, or is this our... Hang on, whose is that?
어쩐 일이세요, 단테님?
What is the rock icon? No, that is strictly the battle passive of base Otis. Their Otis is a totally different passive. Ah, well, I like the extra damage. Okay, so that's active. That's like we're doing those skills. So we get his... He'll heal 6 SP. Well, this would give me like absolute I mean, it's just 1 man, so... I don't need to do this to him.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Jesus Christ.
좋은 전략입니다.
He's already dead. There's that door again. I wish I could have seen it in more detail. It gets the point across, but I feel like it doesn't quite nail home that I'm looking at a gate to hell or some shit.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
MVP? Cool. So, are they gonna give me a gruesome cutscene where they just show me the rats getting mulched by the bus? Okay, once again, I'm not allowed to pick my team. Okay, so Otis's symbol is the wristwatch. Yeah, that makes sense. A deep guttural rumble erupts as the side of the bus heaves and splits open. A number of human shapes litter to the ground before the bus's gaping maw, some still conscious, others no longer in one piece. The maw then stretched even. Oh, the maw then stretched even wider, and for lack of a better word, started chewing through the bodies. Every bite came fast and voracious. Ryoshi took in the spectacle with clear satisfaction, as though determined to savor every moment of it. Off to the side, Senkai looked visibly shaken.
제정신이 아닌 것 같아요. 그렇지 않나요?
Yeah, it's a fucked up world, bro. You must have had a good upbringing, man. The way he reacted made me wonder what history the sinners carried. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? Whatever happened before my head got replaced with a clock is a complete mystery, but as far as I can tell, I was basically forced into the company. And many people were not so different from me, or so I thought, until... Sinclair bowed his head, as if I'd hit a raw nerve.
그래요. 맞아요. 이건 제 선택이죠.
Otis says even a kiss ass on the victory screen. I was gonna mention that, yeah. It was 1% my competence. Yeah, right. He was muttering under his breath like he wasn't talking to me at all.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기 또 악의 무리가 달려드네.
What a loading screen. Ugh. How exactly does it process bodies? In addition to attack skills, each unit also has defense skills. Lightly tap a sinner's portrait in the bottom of the dashboard to swap their bottom skill with a defense skill. First, let's try selecting Sinner Merceau's portrait to generate a guard skill. Defensive skills, guard. Use the guard skill to gain shield equal to its power. Damage will be absorbed by the shield first before affecting the unit's HP. Now select Faust's portrait to generate an evade skill. When using an evade skill, its final power is greater. If its final power is greater than or equal to the enemy's skill, the unit will completely ignore the enemy's attack, taking no damage from it. Evade skills flip their coin once for every enemy coin flip. Warning, if an evade type skill defense's skill final power is lower than the enemy's attack, it will fail, and the enemy's attack will strike with full force. Yeah. Big risk, big reward. Finally, select the Sinner Heathcliff's portrait to generate a counter skill. Defense skills, counter. Counter skills allow the enemy to strike first, then perform an unopposed attack against the attacker. Warning, if the unit is staggered by the enemy's attack, the counter will not activate. Counter seems pretty cool. Oh, okay. The illusion of choice.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
When used under the right circumstances, defense skills can even be more effective than clashing or attacking enemies. However, poorly timed use of these skills can put the sinners at great risk. Also, please note that sinners will not select their defense skills unless you personally issue a direct command. Keep this in mind when you use the auto skill chaining functions. Sinners will not select their defense skills unless you personally issue a direct command. Okay. Okay. Just like in Ruina, once an evade goes out, it will continue to be recycled until something beats it. That's pretty nice. But I also wouldn't want to be hit with that. What is this? This is Analytic Eye? Yeah. And this is if we had a bunch of yellows. We don't. And this is deal 10% damage to targets with higher max HP. Resentment. You need 4 purples. In one fight? Or 4 resources. How can you tell if it's a resource or the number of skills? Because I don't have any of those blue things. Either way. It's still just so hard to follow. Counters are the weakest? Counter actually seemed pretty sick because it's unopposed, right? Get 2 purples here. And then 3 yellows. And it's all favored, so... Well, yellow's bash. These guys are probably weak to cut, right? Yeah.
행동을 개시합니다.
Keep rolling. Nice. Nice. I'm sort of picking up on it. Hell yeah. Owned is you need to have it. Res literally means resonance. Ah, okay. Own means you just need to have that resource / resources. Res means you need to have resonance this turn. Okay. That's a lot then. That's a lot for what? 10% damage to targets with higher max HP? Does anyone even have less max HP than him? 93? Bro. Does nothing for me right now. There are clashable guards / counters that work more like Ruina, but they're only on specific IDs. Almost all of them are strong parts of that ID's kit. I guess I don't need that. This is dominating. This is also dominant. This is also... Damn!
지금이 기회입니다.
I'm assuming I'm doing good.
당연한 결과죠.
Nice. Old type counters are usually single coins without that much in the way of text on them, so they scale very badly past the early game. Generally, more coins equals more good. Yes, I would assume so. Yeah.
보여? 마구잡이로 때려 부숴놨지.
I'm level 2. Oh no! Wait, we're using Inca-Failing? Don't do drugs. Don't be like Netzak. Oh, Netzak is kind of cool, but don't do drugs. Okay. Is there sweeping yet? Because I'm getting pretty tired, and we have an excess. We have a plethora of energy right now. Should we do one more 10 pull and then call it a night? Call it a night? Or do you think I should reach a certain point in the story first? Inca-Failing is the obligatory Mobaga stamina / energy system. Yeah. How else am I going to use my energy? Sweeping, so just running a stage constantly in one click. Or is that not a concept in this? Because that's in Trickle, that's in Blue Archive, that's in Arknights. What the fuck is that? That's just a Bloodborne weapon. Is that Sinclair? Or is that Don Quixote? Jesus Christ! Damn. Let's at least finish the tutorial. It's not over yet. Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm getting pretty dang hungry. I got a couple of wings in the fridge waiting for me. All right. Oh wait, really? I get to pick? I mean, they're probably giving me the best options for this fight, right? But I don't think I've had the chance to use Don Quixote yet. I'm doing it.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Oh man.
배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라. 기계 덩어리 팔자가 더 낫네.
제공되는 식사는 모두 정량이에요.
그 정도 먹어서는 기운이 안 난단 말이야.
See, even she's talking about food. I thought I heard Heathcliff shouting, "You think I'm doing this all on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Roja seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요. 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 추출했던 에너지죠.
Was enkephaline not extracted before us? Wait. I thought is that what we've been extracting the whole time in LobCorp? I thought that was just energy.
이전 엘사 말이군요. 특이점으로 에너지를 생산하는 회사라고 들었어요. 엘사가 몰락한 지금은
Hi, Foxy.
잔해밖에 남지 않았지만.
Ryoshu, Heathcliff, Honglu, and Otis are the most reliable of the base IDs with functional roles. Okay, look, I just like Don Quixote so far. Sorry, you just woke up? How are you? I'm good. I'm tired. We're at the end of a 5-hour stream, but I did some art, and then we started Limbus. So far, I like Ishmael and Don Quixote.
맞아요. 그래서 지금은 구하기가 꽤 하지만 메피스토펠레스는 신체에서 엔케팔린을 강제로 추출할 수 있죠.
The body? I couldn't help but fixate on that word as I looked back and forth between the chewing maw of the bus and Otis, who was barking orders at the other sinners.
네. 엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서만 추출돼요. 특히나 생명 활동이 있을수록 효율이 좋죠.
So that's why Virgilius told the sinners not to kill the assailants. Okay then.
해당 부위만 먹여도 되는 거 아니야? 라기엔 피와 근육도
Okay, we're using every part of the deer here, I guess. Every
엔케팔린이
part of the rat,
수정과
I
시력을
mean.
위해서 필요하다면 나머지 생체물질은
Enkephaline is a
수만할 때
powerful fuel
사용되죠.
source. Interacting with
엔케팔린이
abnos produce
되도록
positive
천천히
enkephaline
소모되게 하기 위한
boxes, or
설계죠.
PE boxes. It's interesting, Foxy. The combat I don't fully get yet, and I won't get it for a while, but I'll keep at it. And I got a really good pull earlier, apparently. I'm sorry, I already forgot the name Pork. It was a ego for... oh god, Faust. It was an ego for Faust. And I got their Fry Shoots Otis, which I like. How can you not like their Fry Shoots' gear? Magic Bullet.
하이브리드요.
Faust went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, and that harvesting enkephaline from human bodies won't be sufficient in the long run. Most of it went straight over my head, though. Well, that's complicated, but I get that you're in for some tough work.
뭘요? 파우스트는 고생하지 않는답니다.
Shaking my damn head. That was an identity. You haven't actually gotten any ego yet. Oh! I thought that was one and the same here.
고생은 우리가 하고 있지. 이봐, 관리자 양반. 또...
Okay. More enkephaline for the bus, I guess. Adjusting density of information on the screen during combat. At the top right of the in-battle screen, there's a button that adjusts the amount of information displayed. The three options set display density to minimum, medium, or maximum. The maximum information displayed configuration. This is the default setting applied when first starting the game. More information is showed compared to the other two settings. Details on keyword used in skills are shown as well. Medium information display. In this setting, details on keywords used in the skills will not be shown, otherwise it functions the same as the maximum setting. In this setting, information on effects and keywords of skills will not be explained. I'll just leave it on max. Are y'all weak to cut? Yes. 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 And it looks like they're all just normal on the colors. Okay. Gonna be real here, there's literally no reason to ever turn the information density down from max. Yeah, I had no interest in doing that to begin with.
제가 해낸 거 맞죠?
Why were we so unopposed here? Damn, they got staggered like nothing. Oh, because it's a wave-based thing. What's the best win rate here? So even if they're not connected, it's still a buff, right? It's still a... Oh god, what's the word for it? What's the word? Was it Ascension? No. So, like, we have 2 purples and 2 blues, but it's still getting the buff, right? Wait, did they cut the interaction between Dante and Faust about the building of Mephistopheles when redoing the tutorial? Or am I thinking too far ahead? Oh, generally speaking, at least in the early game, human enemies don't have sin resistances or weaknesses. Alright.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Christ.
제가 해낸 거 맞죠?
정리했어. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
그게 거울은 깨졌어.
Where are we, by the way? It's all just fucking tin shacks? These are the outskirts? Non-adjacent resonance, that's the word. Only affects skills further to the right of the dashboard. But if they are connected and it's 3 of them, they all get the buff?
들어가는 것 같소.
Alright. I just want to see everybody's skills. Hear me out. How do I see your skills? Okay. So are these the only 2 types of skills that he has? He's got a purple and he's got a light blue. So, who would I want to use if I was interested in Ishmael? We got purple and orange. The back streets. Gotcha. That's the main advantage of A-Res. Is getting slightly better effects and they all get the buff. And A-Res is when it's 3 and they're in a row, yeah? I'm gonna do my pulls. Good luck! I'll do another 10 pull, I think, before I go to bed. In a bit. I gotta post that thing I animated earlier. Every ID only has a single fixed deck, unlike the flexible team building of Ruina. 3 or more, but yes. Yes, gotcha. Yeah, Godspeed, Foxy. So, who has good colors if I wanted to use Ishmael? Orange, purple. Doesn't matter so much what IDs you pick because Kanto 1 is mostly tutorials. Okay. I think these 2 are probably fine together. I don't know about everybody else, though. Yellow and blue. Light blue and purple. Yeah, we'll just go with anyone then. Any idea how long Kanto 1 is? Because you could probably tell by the weakness in my voice, but I'm getting pretty tired. We're 5 hours in, bro. Alright, let's do it. And these early IDs have little in the way of synergy. I'm just thinking more likely, if they have the same attack colors, then I have a more likelihood of chaining those colors for resonance, no? But we'll go with these, I guess. Sure.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
Not much longer now? Okay.
적당히 끝내라. 곧 손님이 방문할 거야.
Vergilius said, poking his head out the window. Guest?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Hello. I've not seen you before, right? Can I have her as a center? Someone approaches us with apparent hesitation.
맞나 보네요.
The bus had just about finished its meal and was crunching down on the last bits of bone. You rewatched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요. 잘 부탁합니다.
Oh! But how is it? No. How is anyone from LobCorp? Wait. What happened to the Nuggets after Ruina? Or not what happened to the Nuggets after LobCorp? I thought we were trapped in like a pocket time dimension hell and we were just bringing people in and out of... Like, there's a Bina cutscene where she just pulls someone out of thin air, basically, and then they turn into an Abno, right? Or an Ordeal, something like that. I did not realize you could be a former LobCorp employee. I thought they all became librarians with Ruina. That was strictly LobCorp HQ. The other locations, we'll find out what happened to them. We had other locations. I feel like I should have known that. Okay. Previous L-Corp? You mean...
로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠군.
네. 우리는 로보토미 코퍼레이션.
그 L 저라면 불러도
Fallen
절대 안 왔을
L-Corp.
것 같은데. 추락한 날개라니. 분명 끝이 좋지 않았을 텐데요.
무슨 소리야? 날개고 뭐고 돈만 함께라면 뭐든 유쾌한 기억이 된다고.
거기는 아직도
Abnormalities?
된다는 소문이 있던데.
괴물이 아니라 환상체요. 어쨌든 사실이에요. 하지만 더 중요한 것들이 있죠. 지부 가장 깊숙한 곳에 최근에 피어나기 시작한 엘사의 기술의 핵심 정수가 존재해요.
Plant-like growths.
단테, 며칠 전에 내가 제안했던 걸 기억합니까? 정수, 황금가지를 모아온다면.
Hearing the word aspect still makes my head ache. What exactly was I trying to do?
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다.
I returned a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. Alright, for now I should focus on what my present self is able to process. If it's LobCorp we're scouring, we might come across some Encephaline too.
아, 그러면 더 이상 사람들을 갈아 넣지 않아도 되겠네요.
Oh god! I just got a mental image. What if Mephistopheles was spitting fuel back out? Oh god, it'd just be vomiting meat chunks out of the side of the truck. Or well, bus. I've ranted earlier about my car constantly thinking that the gas can is full, so it spits gas back out. Even though it's not actually full. Anyway, that would be a horrible visage with this bus. None of the other LobCorp facilities had records or extraction. Those were specific to HQ. Huh.
거기다가 운이 좋으면 애고가.
Ego? That's another unknown term that makes me tilt my head. But in any case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And apparently, I wasn't the only one who thought so.
무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
Gregor Flash would look like his best attempt at a kind smile at our new passenger, hoping to strike up a conversation. The corners of his eyes twitched from forcing a facial expression he obviously wasn't used to, but I pretended not to notice.
내가 보아하니 그대는 해결사일 것 같소.
MOSB type spew.
고결한 영웅의 냄새가 난다고 하더군.
Gross. As Yuri gave a slight nod, I heard Ishmael release a deep sigh.
어디서 그런 소식을 들었는지 모르겠지만
금세 다른 밥벌이를 찾는 게 쉽진 않았을 텐데 용케 해냈군.
아직은 계약직이에요.
아하, 굳이 다시 이곳으로 기어들어온 이유도
It'd be kind of cool if I had this unit in my LobCorp playthrough. You know what I'm talking about? But I guess if she's not from the HQ, then it wouldn't make sense continually, but I don't know. It'd be nice if I suddenly saw Yukari. That wouldn't make sense, though. I don't think I've ever seen a gacha game where they let you do a custom unit. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
예전 직장으로 돌아가서 크게 한탕이라도 치면 팀장도
실적을 세우면 계약 기간은 늘어날지도 모르죠.
그렇지. 보통 계약직 시절은 실적한에 목숨을 걸어야 할 때니까.
아, 그거 참 부질없는 목숨이네요.
어이, 아까부터 왜 이렇게 비꼬는 거야?
글쎄요. 처음부터 끝까지.
Seemingly unaffected by the abrasive attitude, Yuri quickly took an empty seat. Glancing between the two of them, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I don't think I'll ever get used to being around these people.
빨리 배어드는 편이 편할 겁니다. 단 그럼 출발하지.
You can understand me now, Virgilius?
루피 배 빵빵. 카룬도 빵빵.
I'm sorry, Pork. I cross my heart and hope to die or whatever. I have the minimum amount of ads they will let me put. The recommended is like 2 minutes of ads every hour or some shit like that. That ain't cool. I wouldn't want to do that to anybody. So I have it minimum. Go ad-free with Twitch Turbo. I heard that they're experimenting with like an ad won't play unless you're tabbed in, which is like turbo fucked up, bro. And then it tried to stop me from saying that because it was rude. Nah, you can say whatever you want in here, bro. Fuck that. Okay, I don't think this matters too much. We can get favorable, dominating. We'll get a lustrous here. Sure.
금방 다녀올게.
We're just turning these dudes into pulp at this point. Excuse me. Part of the issue is that for some reason Twitch's maximum volume is way too low, so I have to turn my system volume ear-shatteringly high to watch your streams. Really? Dude, half the time I'm hitting red on my OBS, so that's honestly surprising. Sorry about that. Ooh, a lot of purples here. Well, actually, this is... Blue is better, right? Hell yeah. That's a lot of purple. That's a lot of purple.
제가 해낸 거 맞죠? 해냈어요.
폭의 거울은
Yikes.
깨졌어.
Toughest boss just appeared. Head hooligan. Was that a boss? They all kind of just turned into pulp. Every ID has 3 skills. 1S or skill 1s. Wait, no. Every ID has 3 skill 1s, 2 skill 2s, and after being unlocked, 1 skill 3. Sometimes if you know it'll kill anyway, it's better to use a weaker skill to save the stronger ones for big damage. For a big damage turn. What happens? Can we run out of skills eventually? Welcome back, Foxy. Hope your pulls were good. Thank you, Ricardo has great hair. Great hair, by the way. Okay, are we sure this one's not much longer? Because look at how little progress I've made up here. Look, man, I got plans with some chicken wings in a little bit.
이게 최선이겠죠?
I guess I'm curious about where we're going with this Yuri character now.
저 근데 지도는 제게 있는데요.
No answers were returned, but the bus kept speeding anyway.
그건 말이지. 감이지. 카룬의 감.
Should she be driving? Do you even have a license, ma'am?
네? 분홍머리. 카룬 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐?
You know, 2 story nodes ago, we just threw a bunch of not innocent people, but we just threw a bunch of hoodlums into the engine, and they got mulched. know, if you have tonal whiplash on your bingo card, go ahead and strike that now. The progress bar was changed in a recent update to be obfuscated to avoid spoiling how long story chapters are. Huh. My pools were great, only need 20 more. Well, good luck.
계속 이상한 방향으로 가니까 그렇죠. 이 지도를 보세요. 우리가 가는 쪽은 남동쪽 방향인데.
Sharon reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't continue to ignore it when it was shoved in her face.
마음이 향하는 곳, 그곳에 진짜 길이 있을지니.
Amen.
옳소. 우리는 모두 마음이 향하는 곳으로 나아가야만 하네.
I knew I liked there. My immediate, like, look, I won't lie. As soon as I laid eyes on Ishmael, pretty cute appearance, freckles, but Don Quixote, man, like, it's pretty good.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는 거잖아요.
제가 하고 싶은 말을 대신 해주실 줄이야.
Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
우리 기사님 친구라도 생겼나 봐.
분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 난 길을 알고 있단 말이야.
아니 그러니까 방향이 잘못.
앞에 또 장애물이야. 부릉부릉 할까?
아니 카론.
어이, 보스가 근사해 보이는데.
Famished hooligan. He's a hooligan and he's hungry. You know what? That could be my nickname right now.
메피스토펠레스의 후식 시간인 모양이군. 내리지. 아직 밥을 더 먹여야겠어.
What's the mileage on this thing, you know? Like, I think my car, it's like 26 or something miles per gallon. I could be wrong. I only learned how to drive last year. Anyway, that's beside the point. How many people do we need to mulch to get, like, X amount of miles? Fun fact, the internal file name for the hooligans is Absolute Loser. Holy shit. Jesus. How can you tell what's the stronger skill? Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for here. Honestly, I've just been going with whatever is either favored and then chaining colors.
금방 다녀올게.
Those are the exact same skill?
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
I noticed my face keeps popping up here. Oh, well, this poor sap didn't stand a chance.
해보겠습니다.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, it's not over yet. Watch out, it's Head Hooligan. Oh, it's Gregory. Fellow insectoid. Do you have a elemental weakness? No. All still fatal to cut. By default, the Dante announcer is equipped by all players. However, since Dante has no voice, it's a text-only announcer. I guess I wouldn't want... I'd maybe be a little overwhelming. I mean, that's a lot of purple. Unopposed, favored, dominating, unopposed.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Damn, double digits.
이 정도야?
Christ almighty. Okay, that was a little underwhelming, Ishmael. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
깨졌어.
So how can I tell what the skill is? You're thinking way too hard? Use less brain cells. Oh, okay. We'll just click this.
금방 다녀올게.
I just want to get the basics down, because as it stands, I'm just, at a cursory glance, I'm just playing at a cursory glance. I'm just matching colors and trying to do cut damage when they're weak to cut damage. Out of curiosity, is Yuri one of the named characters you can recruit? Because I made like Mr. Black, right? And he was unique in LobCorp? Probably not, right? The name, the icon, the fact that base Yisung only has one purple, Envy, and one Cyan Gloom skill? That's a lot to take in, I guess. I wish it just had like a big ol' skill 1, skill 2, skill 3.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러
Let's keep it up.
가자고.
Alright. I mean, she worked for my company.
카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요? 서쪽일까요? 카론은 두 가지 방향만 알아. 메피의 앞쪽과.
Are we ever getting to our destination?
지금까지 방향도 모르는 사람이 어떻게 운전기사를 했대요?
카론, 그러니까요. 해가 뜨는 쪽이.
You can tell what rank a skill is by how embellished the upper right border is. Okay, I'll take a look at their skills this time. At the driver's seat, 3 heads gather together over a map. Well, one of them might have been at a slightly different elevation than the others.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기 끼어 있어야 하는 거 아니야?
Chiquita.
난 어린이가 아니라네. 꼬맹이는 더더욱 아니고.
Watching Don Quixote shake her fists sky high at Roja, I noticed the bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Yuri might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor cast a quick glance toward me, shook his head, and went back to watching the driver's side with his chin propped on his head.
딱히
His
어린
hand.
편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁에 참전부터 시키는 둥지도 있었으니까.
Nests. They explain that a nest is basically the center of a district, if memory is correct. Sounds like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. That happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지. 관리자 양반, 전쟁에 대해 궁금한 게 많나 봐.
Oh, I'm not really curious about the details. Just gathering info I should know as the manager. Just as I went to speak again, a sideways glimpse of the look on Gregor's face made me pause. He had this faraway look in his eyes, as though he was staring past the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반. 오히려 좋은 자세 아닐까? 상관의 귀감아닐까 싶은데.
He slowly continued, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도 개인적으로는 모를 수 있을 때 모르는 게 기회일지도 모른다고 생각해. 일단 알게 되면 다시는 모를 수 없게 될 테니까.
I still want to follow just like a Joe Schmo, just like an average Joe getting thrown into this world. And somehow raising up the ranks. But like, you'd have to very quickly... We have certain sensibilities, us as humans on Earth. But those sensibilities I don't think mesh very well with the world of LobCorp. Without another word, he lit a cigarette.
아니요, 방금 저쪽에서 우회전을 했어야죠.
괜찮아요, 카론. 조금만 더 가서 꺾어도
기사의 삶은 고단해.
뭐 지금 더 급한 건.
Gregor chuckled, each snort sending off a puff from his smoke-filled mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right. I should focus on other things for now. Because, as if on cue, an urgent matter presented itself right before our eyes, or rather right at the doorstep of our bus.
옥신각신을 그쯤 해라. 전방에 다시 적이다.
친구들을 버스에 쳐넣다니 미친 새끼들! 제정신이야?
Bro, you're just gonna get mulched yourself, man.
안 된다. 버스만 가지려고 했는데 너네도 전부 죽인다.
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 전원.
Alright, I guess. Okay. Okay. You can tell what rank a skill is by how embellished the upper right border is. I think I get you. So this is a level 2 purple skill, and this is a level 1 purple skill. Because it only has a little bit of vines, but this has a lot of vines. I assume this is a level 1 blue skill. I think I will burn this, though. What happens when a skill is used up, Pork? And this only has 1 knife. Meanwhile, the first one has 3. I don't know how to tell this one. And then we'll just do whichever purple.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
I already got a stagger, man. Damn. We can get a purple. A res. And then we can get 2 blues.
해보겠습니다.
I love that attack that Don Quixote does. It's like a stinger. Stingers are pretty badass. Are they willingly giving themselves bug arms, by the way? Like, if it wasn't just a bug claw, or if I could morph it from hand to claw, I would take it. But if it's just like one fucked up, like 3-fingered bug arm, hell nah, bro. Once you go through an ID's entire deck, it just gets dealt a new one in a random order. You can faintly see what the next skill to fall into places above your dashboard, like a match 3 game. We'll go into what's going on with these guys shortly. Okay. Sure. This is favored and we'll get a resonance thingy eventually. What are our thingies? Pluckiness. We have 3 owned. When an ally is defeated, gain 1 attack power up next turn. That's not very good. Split Evil. 5 red owned. On hit, inflict 1 bleed at a 50% chance. That's okay. Skills deal 10% damage in a wand clash. That's quite nice. Apply 1 damage up to 2 allies placed after this unit is on... Apply 1 damage up to 2 allies placed after this unit. So, in order of their placements, I guess. Either way.
해보겠습니다.
Gotcha.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
겨우 이 정도야?
Got a stagger. Let's just send this one home. Just give me the highest win rate.
금방 다녀올게.
Unlike Ruina, you can't really brick your hand. In Ruina, discarding was a cost, spending cards in hand for powerful effects. In Limbus, discard is pure upside that lets you cycle your deck much faster on the handful of IDs that have it. Jesus.
제가 해낸 거 맞죠? 해냈어요.
Would you call that a halberd or an axe, by the way? I'd say halberd, but I prefer axes. They're way cooler.
자, 다시 지도를 보자고요.
카론, 딴청 피우면 안 된다니까요.
A question reared its head as I stared at the trio arguing over the map once again. This bus was made specifically for Limbus Company, right?
정확히는 저희들.
Isn't that basically what I said?
그게 그 뜻 아니냐고.
That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. Is the clock broken or
그
something?
정도는 째깍이지 않아도 알 수 있어요. 파우스트는 모르는 것이 없으니까요.
Can we throw her in the... Wait. Hang on. Psychotic break from streaming for 5.5 hours? What if we just threw all the sinners in the engine, and then I rezzed them? Okay. We throw the sinners in. We'll throw in a handful. We'll throw in, like, Heathcliff and Ryosho, whatever her name was. Then we use up all the fuel that they generated, and then I res them. Infinite fuel, baby! No? I don't know what the limits of my power are. Anyway. Let's see. You cannot have empty skill slots, so if you somehow do, you'll just draw more skills to replace them. Sinclair's skill 2 is literally called Halberd Combo, so that's probably what his weapon is. Okay. Anyway, it must have taken a long time to get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the side.
예상한 만큼 걸려서 만들었.
She's downright impressive to talk to.
파우스트는 천재예요. 도시의 모든
어이, 그렇게 뛰어나시다면 저 앞에 가서 길부터 찾아주지 그래.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가 아니에요. 그리고 인간이 무언가를 깨닫기 위해 골똘한 고민을 하는 건
뭘 골똘히 고민을 해봤어야 공감을 하죠.
I mean, that might work. However, Dante feels all pain the sinners felt when reviving them. I guess I wouldn't want to be mulched, huh? I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan. However, with Vergilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. I wonder why they're always so prickly.
나랑 마음이 꽤 맞는 것 같네, 관리자 양반.
With Gregor quietly snickering, the bus resumed its ride. Oh, time to go turn my oven on now just to preheat it. I'm assuming it's going to be 10 fights, and we're on 8 now. Look at all that enkephaline. Alright. No, this is a fight where they give me specified units, I think.
그래.
응? 무슨? 이 뒷골목에 내가 아는 얼굴이 있을 리...
Gregor's face stiffens the moment he looks out the window. Bugheads? Unlike the other enemies we run into, they were part insectoid.
단테, 머리가 시계라서 다행이야. 저런 거였음 쳐다볼 때마다 헛구역질했을 것 같아.
Understandable.
저거 그레고르씨랑 같은 강화 시술 아니에요?
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여놓는다고?
Okay, so that answers my question. I wasn't sure why they had bug parts, and if it was a choice or not.
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도 해충병 없는다.
Bye-bye.
정말이에요?
장난이야. 내 배그
Oh my
센스가
god, I
이상한
fell
건가?
for it like Sinclair. Gregor scratched the back of his head awkwardly as the bus made a dragging rumble and came to a deflating halt.
과거 G사에서는 대부분의 직원들이 그레고르 씨처럼 생체 무기 시술을 받았어요.
그레고르씨 예전 G사 출신이었어요?
G-Corp, huh? Ishmael frowned as if she'd remembered something unpleasant, but didn't elaborate further. Gregor managed to smile, but his hardened features didn't relax in the slightest.
저분들은 평소엔 어디서 주무시는 건가요?
세상에는 하늘을 천장 삼고 별을 조명 삼아 사는 사람들도
아, 풍류가 있는 분들이로군요.
Uh-huh. I don't think that's what he meant.
보아하니 저들 내려야 하지 않겠어?
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
글쎄, 남 앞장서 그레고르.
고약한 사람이네.
A cluster of insect-headed soldiers were gathered close to the bus. They don't look insect-headed.
앞장서는 거 별로 안 좋아하는데.
넌 뭐야? 왜 우리랑 같은 팔을 가지고 있지?
가만, 낯익은 얼굴인데.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던 적이 있지.
Gregor, do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것 같은데요. 관리
신경 쓰이긴 하지만 아무렴 어때? 어쨌든
Is that so? I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 채로 다니는 거야? 어린애들은 마주치면 눈물부터 터뜨리겠어. 그렉처럼 티라도 덜 나면 좋잖아?
내가 특이한 케이스야. 대부분은 머리통에 무조건 곤충 부분이 붙어버리거든. 이걸 운이 좋았다고 해야 할지는 모르겠지만
이유는 모르겠지만 저 사람들 우리가 로보토미 집으로 향하는 걸 막으려는 것 같았어요.
이들도 황금 가지를 노리는 거야?
그럴지도. 그 정수를 원하는 자는 널렸으니까 각각이 바라는 소망도 다양할 테고.
왜 날 쳐다봐? 내가 알 리가 없잖아.
The experiment usually grows on the head. Yeah, I wouldn't take that. Let's learn how to use Ego. Ego are each center's unique skills that can be used regardless of the identity they're wearing. Let's inspect the center Heathcliff's Ego. Press and hold center Heathcliff's portrait in the bottom of the dashboard. Every Ego currently equipped by center Heathcliff are visible here. Using Ego skills consumes Ego resources and SP. The amount of SP consumed by each Ego is listed at the top left corner of its information card. Now let's select this Ego body sack. It seems we don't have enough Ego resources to use the Ego skill. Each Ego skill requires a certain amount of Ego resources to activate. We need 2 purple and 2 yellow. Here you can view the number of Ego resources and their affinities required to use this Ego skill. It seems that we don't have enough orange lust, oh it was orange, and purple envy Ego resources. View your current Ego resources reserves here. The names of each sin affinity or Ego resources may still be unfamiliar to you, but you can check which is which by selecting each Ego sin's affinity resistances in the detailed window, info window. Required Ego resources can be obtained by using skills during battle. For example, an envy-colored skill will grant an envy resource. As luck would have it, if the units currently on the field possess skills with affinities we need, put them to use. Can I use it now? Oh, well, it hasn't given me the resources yet, I guess. Getting ahead of myself. Like, when the fights are spread out like this, it just feels like a street brawl. Like, my eyes are glazing over. I cannot tell what is happening. Press the win rate button to order the centers to choose their own skills based on clash win rate. As you can see here, an enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against center Heathcliff, and it's unlikely he will win this clash. Hopeless. When a unit is about to clash with a difficult enemy skill, you can use an Ego skill to turn the situation around. Their high power makes them especially effective against strong enemy skills. If there are any usable Ego skills for which you have enough resources, it will be indicated in the shape around the center shown here. Press and hold the center Heathcliff's portrait to enter the Ego selection menu. You now have enough resources to use this Ego skill. Double tap to select this body sack Ego skill again and equip it to Heathcliff's skill slot. Does it overwrite the skill he was going to use before? On heads hit, gain 1 attack power up next turn. Heads hit, gain 2 haste next turn. And it has, is that 13 base power? Am I reading that right? Let's see. Once selected, the Ego skill will automatically be equipped in the bottom skill slot of the respected center. Equipping a different Ego skill in the same slot or swapping it for a defensive skill will unequip the current Ego skill and refund the Ego resources to equip it. Jesus! The SP cost is consumed the moment the Ego skill begins its attack. Be warned, letting a center's SP drop too low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their Ego. Whoa. It looked like he was wearing pajamas. That or it was like a prison suit. I couldn't really tell. Raising an ego skill's thread spinning tier unlocks its ego passive. Once the turn in which this unit used the ego skill ends and the battle moves to the next turn, the skill's unique ego passive will activate. You can view detailed information about ego passives in each center's detailed information menu. So that's attack power of 14. So I would want to do that. If anyone had like a hopeless or a bad. We got favored and unopposed. Instead of neutral, whose ability is this? It is yours. But I don't have enough. It's 1 red and 3 yellow. Just to see their abilities. I already used that, so probably not. Am I allowed 1 use per fight? Or can I keep using it if I have the ability? Or if I have the resources? Most base ego either have an extremely high base power and low coin power, or a middling base power but a high coin power. The technology for multi-coin ego wasn't invented until year 2, so base ego are all single coin Zans. Okay. I thought you were just saying the technology of, in universe. We can get 2 oranges.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 기다려. 아직 안
Oh, I should have tried going for colors that they needed. You can use any ego as many times as you have the resources and SP to pay for them. That's quite nice. In fact, he just got his back. I guess it would be flashing, right? Like his. Neutral, unopposed, unopposed, dominating, and unopposed.
적들을 제거하겠소.
Oh, no point in using this turn. That whoops. A little overkill.
생각대로 되었어.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
They're all staggered. You should probably hit win rate, yeah. Or actually, no. If they're all staggered, just damage.
출진이다.
아름답진 않네.
Nice. Okay, surely we'll drive the bus to our location, and I could go eat.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은
I
없는
think I'll
거지.
swap some units out. Or are they all leveling up as well? It doesn't look like it because, Wait, did their identities level up separately? Because I'm seeing Faust is still level 1. Oh no. We're barely there. Although I guess he did say they had anti-spoiler mechanics for that. We will learn about ego overclocking in this encounter. For this purpose, you will be granted temporary access to one of Senator Ryoshu's ego. Let's try equipping Ryoshi with this ego. Select the top part of the portrait card. What do you mean temporary? Select the ego tab. Select the ego. View all equipped ego here. Okay. IDs level separately, yes. That's because this specific stage gives 0 EXP instead of giving some EXP tickets. View ego resources required to use the deployed center's equipped ego and the amount of ego resources your deployed center skill can generate here. It's just becoming words now. I am not ingraining this in my head at all. I'm sorry, guys.
도착했다. 역시 카론은 길을 알았던 거야.
역시는 무슨 역시예요. 저랑 싱클레어 씨가 양쪽에서 얼마나 고생했는데.
Usually you gain a drip feed of EXP for all participating IDs after the fight, with slightly more for IDs that were actually deployed. Gotcha.
그래도 이제 동남쪽과 동북쪽을 구분할 수 있어서 다행이에요.
So this is the old L-Corp?
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요.
세상에, 어떻게 건물이 이 모양일 수가 있죠?
부잣집 도련님한테는 익숙하지 못한 광경인가 보군.
잡담은 그만.
Huh, there are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분들이에요. 엘사지부에 이미 몇 번이나 방문한 적이 있는 경험자들이죠.
Is the insides of our old facilities just free to loot? I'd be pretty pissed, man. I was running a business, not a fucking dungeon.
인사하지. 왼쪽에 있는 분은 홉킨스 씨. 그리고 오른쪽에
안녕하십니까.
I dig the uniform. Actually.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만
Never meet your heroes,
이렇게 직접
people.
아, 저 앞에 허름한 창고 보이지? 계단부터는 여기.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도 경력직이니 이만하면 되었겠지. 내 동행은
Huh? Wait, what?
언제까지고 뒷바라지를 해주고 있을 거라 생각했다면 큰 오산입니다, 단테.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다는 건가?
애당초 내가 동행하면 너희들은 관광하러 내려가는 거나
Of
다를 바가
course,
없지
it
않겠나?
has to be, right?
한마디로 실컷 쥐어 터지고 썰리고 오라는 거군.
보통 저렇게 말하면 항상 다른 꿍꿍이가 있던데.
편한 대로 생각해. 특별히 가이드 분까지 붙여줬으니 잘.
네, 잘 해내고 오겠습니다.
최선을 다해보긴 할게요.
How is everybody... How do I word this? In a fucked up world like this, people still have, like, personalities and stuff. I don't know. Wouldn't you think? Most people just have suffered, like, ego death and are just, like... I don't know how to word this. Surprisingly, humanity just hasn't given up by this point. I don't know. In this encounter, we will learn about more advanced usage of Ego. Sinner Ryoshu will begin with a higher SP value for demonstration purposes. Every Ego skill, except for the base Ego skills, can be overclocked. Press and hold Sinner Ryoshu's portrait to bring up her Ego. Let's first try using Ryoshu's newly acquired Ego Awakening skill. You can change the Sinner's sin resistances by using their Ego. Check the sin affinities of the enemy skills and use an appropriate Ego to adjust your resistances and gain an advantage. Huh.
해보겠습니다.
Check it out. Christ, that's a big number.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
That's kind of cool. Let's use that Ego skill again. To corrode. Ego skills have a chance to corrode at lower SP values. Be warned, corrosion causes the Sinner to use a corrosion skill, which attacks allies and enemies indiscriminately. You can view the corrosion chance here. Okay.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
It's cool, but it ends a little... Ah, yeah, it is. I think I liked Heathcliff's a little more. Fourth Match Flame was the capstone Battle Pass ego of Season 1, and it shows. Oh! So you don't get the egos just by leveling up the character or something. That is a thing that you get. Oh, Scorch Girl's ego? That didn't look at all like I remembered. Reaching negative 45 SP will guarantee that the center enters Ego Corrosion state. In an Ego Corrosion state, the center will indiscriminately attack both allies and enemies. Oh, Jesus. This looks less like Scorched Girl and more just like a flaming samurai. Can I stop them from...
좋은 전략이네요.
acting?
가보죠.
Wow. Why is the number so crazy? Whoa.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
Okay, that was pretty sick. She's just going sicko mode. It would look better if the version you were being loaned was upgraded to Tier 3. It overrides the background with something more fitting the source abnormality. Ah. It sounds like there'd be a lot of work to get normally. Bam! The center will recover from Ego Corrosion state next turn, and their SP will reset to 0. Let's try the Ego Overclock this time. Press and hold Ryoshu's portrait. Press and hold the Ego skill card to use Ego Overclock. Using Ego Overclock forces the center to use the Corrosion skill of the Ego. Oh. Do I want that? If you have enough resources to use the Overclock Ego skill, it will activate as Stable Overclock. If not, it will activate as Unstable Overclock. Stable Overclock. Activating Stable Overclock consumes 1.5 times the resources, including SP, compared to a non-Overclock Ego, but it does not target allies. Warning, even a Stable Overclock can corrode your center if their SP value is low. Activating Ego Overclock without enough resources will trigger Unstable Overclock instead. Unstable Overclock targets both allies and enemies indiscriminately. Like Ego Corrosion, and any insufficient Ego resources will go into the negatives. Huh.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 아름답진 않네.
Damn.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
Okay. That Abno filtered through the center's experiences and personality. So, okay, personalized. That Abno, but personalized. Damn. Ain't over yet.
좋은 전략입니다.
Can the bus break down bugs? Can we just throw bugs in? Because we're throwing in bug humans.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은
Note that the
없는
Ego
거지.
Corrosions are usually minus coin, meaning they have very high base power, but they get weaker on heads. Weird. Okay. I really hope this is the last one. It's not that I am not having a good time. I am. It's just we're 6 hours in. Let's learn how to view the detailed info. I'm like the last 30 minutes to an hour. I will be surprised if I actually ingrain these mechanics properly. I may ask you some questions about this later, Pork. Let's learn how to view the detailed information on your equipped identities and ego. Press and hold the Sinner Yisang's portrait. Here you can view the selected Sinner's detailed information and upgrade them. Select the tab here to view the selected identity and ego information. Use this button to level up the selected identity. Use this button to uptie the selected identity. Identities get stronger with each level up and uptie tier. Please verify your identity's levels and uptie tiers prior to starting an encounter. Now let's check on the ego as well. You can view this ego detailed information here. Select the tab here to view the detailed information for ego. These are the resources required to use the ego skill. 1 red and 3 yellow. The amount of SP spent when using the ego skill is displayed here. 10's not bad. When using an ego skill, or when using an ego, the center's affinity resistances will be changed as follows. This varies for each ego. That's kind of cool. Use this button to thread spin, upgrade the selected ego. Upgrade ego skills by thread spinning the ego. It is recommended that you thread spin them. Please note that the base ego thread spinning tiers will be raised automatically as you progress through the story. Please review the manual accessible here for information. Okay. This is the last one for tonight. Okay. Encephaline is extracted from the human brain and nervous system. Bugs wouldn't have either. Ah. Well, it said that they mulch up the meat, right? Okay. To battle.
손쉽죠.
Note that you can't actually uptie the base IDs in Ego yet, as they get upgraded to Tier 4 via story
잠깐 나 좀
progress.
보시죠.
What is it now, Verg? While the others were busy exchanging greetings, Vergilius called me over to a secluded corner.
미리 말해두자면 저들은 8급 해결사입니다.
Grade 8?
서열이 낮은 심부름꾼이라는 뜻입니다. 저들을 이용은 하되 의존하려 하지 말아야 할.
In other words, they're not dependable enough. I nodded to let him know that I understood his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서 제대로 대화라는 걸 할 수 있는 건 모운을 빕니다.
Dante. Vergilius gave me a shoulder pat with a crooked smile and slowly made his way back to the bus. Okay. Let's do this. I don't think I have access to red. Oh no, there's a red right there. It's only 1 red and 3 yellows. Okay, this is favored. That's dominating. Favored. Okay. That's just for supplementary fuel. It's nowhere near as good as Encephaline. Gotcha. I don't think I'd want to mulch up bugs constantly for fuel either. It's just a thought. I need 3 yellows. I don't know if I have yellows in this team layout.
금방 다녀올게.
I think I'm just gonna click the auto for the next encounter. I love attacks like that, dude. You give me a stinger, and the stingers are cool as hell. So when you dash forward with a stab, a la a character action game. Damn! Oh, you can use yours. Can you use yours? No. We need greens for that. Target the rearmost unit in regular encounters. I'll hit inflict 4 bind next turn. Inflict tremor. Sure. We can't chain it all together, but... Okay.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
That's a big number.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
Sounds pretty cool. So the ego is based on them, right? That's not associated with their identities at all? Or whatever the term is?
이 정도야.
Or how exactly does that work? Because I'm not sure why did she have a harpoon? Can you use yours? No, you need a red and 3 greens. You can use yours, I think. Yeah. What is cast? If target's HP is below 50%, deal 10% damage. Sure.
해보겠습니다.
25.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
Yo! Look, I got a soft spot for axes. That's pretty fucking sick.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어. 폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
And we're done here. I feel like I've seen very similar architecture in... It was a VR game. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners? Which, it might be like a Walking Dead branded game, but I mean, it's just a VR zombie game to me. I'm not a Walking Dead head or anything like that. Okay, is this the last one? Because I want to do a 10 pull and then get out of here. Maybe even more than a 10 pull. Maybe 2 10 pulls. Suppress the dungeon boss. Only one thing left to do before we finish. This node? I'm assuming this is going to be multiple fights in like a dungeon. I appreciate you guys sticking around with me, by the way. I know I'm just griping back and forth about wanting to eat, but it's just because I'm hungry. I'm not having a bad time. I'm having quite a good time, actually. This might take a while, honestly. Okay. What are we doing? Right-hand man, left-hand man. Click your energy bar. Okay. Incephaline modules? I can at least try to enter to see something important. Okay. What are we doing here, though? Are we gonna make little gacha boxes? So you don't sweep in this game, you use your energy for something else? Convert all of it. See how the enter for dungeon requires one of something round? Oh. I see now. And we're making something around here. That's this, an encephaline module. Huh. And you're saying this will take a while. I guess we'll just start with this next time. Sorry, YouTube delay is slow. That's fine. Okay. I've got 8 encephaline modules. Identity training ticket. I'm assuming that's for like leveling up. I thought that said normie. It's nominable. I thought that said normie. Bro. All dungeons and the daily grinding spots use modules, not raw ink, even using for story progress. Huh. Well, it's cool that I can just siphon my energy into a resource. Can I convert the resource back, or can I use the resource to do story dungeons still? Because sometimes, like, I'm playing a mobile game and I'm like, I'm not in the mood to do every single daily thing. If I could just hit a button and convert all of my energy into something, that's pretty cool. Then I won't feel like I'm wasting that energy. There's some other menus we'd want to monkey around with before you log off. Basically, you can bank your ink for when you're going to use it. This is strictly a one-way conversion. Okay, gotcha. A one-way heroics. Limbus. Yes, Limbus. I apparently got one of the best things in the game, Kwalakai. This right here. Hey Shopak, Malbranch Adept, Faust. And yes, when I heard Faust, I could only think of... no, that's the Concordian timeline. That's Lost Saga Druid. Faust. However, the only thing that uses raw ink is non-dungeon story battles. So everything, like, the most important things are going to use the modules then. Okay. I mean, like I said, even, like, let's say there's a day where I don't feel like playing, but I want to log in for a login thingy. I can just burn my energy. Okay. Pretty cool. So far, I quite like Don Quixote, Chalakai. The video's frozen? You're scaring me, bro. Is it? Looks fine on my end. Okay, I'll wait and see what he says. My internet's been having problems today. Ah, gotcha. We nearly beat Rabbit and Steel hard mode, the new DLC thing, the other night. Gotcha. Alright, what are we doing now, boys? We just rolling and then I can go eat and sleep? Correct. Just want to make sure you know to not convert everything to modules if you want to do non-dungeon story content that day. Gotcha. I think I saw Faust. Yeah, look, it's Faust, Chalakai. It's Faust. Oh god. It's Faust. Now I feel like hearing Hifumi's theme. Ignore that. Okay. Let's get out of here. Check the window tab, then go to the Limbus Pass.
하루가 저물어가는 동안
I got something. I'm assuming this is like a decorative lobby thing. Ah! Oh. Clear any stage, defeat 10 enemies. Clear any stage 10 times. Whoa, oh, these are gonna take a while, yeah. They got me level 2. This is for uptying egos, yeah? Or thread spinning ego, tomato. Luxcavations are the grinding nodes. We'll unlock those next time. Okay. We might do this again sometime soon. What's the monetization like? Just asking out of curiosity. I don't really have funds for that kind of thing at the moment, but maybe. Things are looking up in my day-to-day, at least somewhat, so maybe. Alright, what are we doing? Not that long. The longest it's ever taken me to hit level 120 was most of a month when my account was brand new. Wow. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We doing the thing? I already used my ticket, so... What's the difference here? I still can't tell if the... that is Sinclair. Okay, yeah. I see it now. As long as you just buy the Limbus Pass, you should be good to get everything with a bit of grinding in a mode you unlock later. Okay. Again, just mere curiosity. Is this showing every single one of these? I almost don't want to spoil them. may be able to hook you up with one if you can't afford it. 8th, well, Purgus Knight is the current one. You want to roll on that banner. Okay. And this is just a chance to get older ones or something. Sure. We'll do a 10 pool. Okay. I might do this one more time. Ooh! A red and a gold. I wish I could speed run through these real quick. I guess I could just click this. But you don't have enough for hard pity. Well, I'm definitely not gonna get enough. It's here for like 2 weeks or something, Cholakai. Cholakai is like hardcore into mobile games. Bakgak is Korean for rerun. That banner is a rate up for older WN content, but you can still get any of it from this banner. Cool. So red was what, Ego?
넌 예술의 극치를 본 적 있나? 난 그걸 찾기 위해
7th
왔어.
Associate South Section 6. Okay. No green, right? Green is what you want when you're pulling this?
임무도 다 했어. 충의를 다 했는데 어째서 내가 아니야?
Is this tall lady? Yeah, Rodion. Heisho Pack Sea Branch. I'm a hardcore free-to-play gacha gamer. The only money I'll spend is purely for cosmetics or like time-limited things, I think. You might be able to, and even if you don't, the pity currency will be converted to a leveling resource after the banner ends. Okay. I am gonna pull one more time. So this has all the other older content as well, but the other banner has a higher chance for the older stuff. Ah, well, we'll just click this one. Did one of those upgrade?
음식이 좀 슴슴한가 했더니 이런 난장판이라는 조미료를 준비해둘 줄은.
Oh, finally, something for Don Quixote. Sina Associate. Oh, the Heisho Pack IDs were mostly from last season, which means they can't be shard bought yet. Nice! Single pulls not recommended. 10 pulls at least guarantee 1 2-star. Okay. I have enough for one last one, and then I need a rest. There's a story behind this one. Okay. I was gonna say, why are we suddenly in like a Miriam Korean martial arts story? But I'm sure we'll find out. Alright, last one. Like literally the last one I can do. Does it feel especially bloody today? Maybe that's a good sign? Nah. Damn. Can't all be winners.
수신했습니다. 보호 요청이 온 것으로 이동합니다.
Too many Fausts, bro. Sync. French for 5. Gotcha. Well, that's fine. I wanted more Don Quixote stuff. Alright. Thank you guys for your help. For sticking around with me. What is that? Okay, this is the resource exchange thing. That's fine. I'm happy with what I got. Although, let me take a look at that one that I got over here. Oh, this is Poise. What was it you said earlier about Poise, Pork? I don't remember if it was good or if it was just specifically bad for Ishmael. The Archetype ones are actually really well thought out. The Faust Ego isn't actually Calcit. It's Monster. I think you're supposed to read it that way. Oh, Synced On is a Poise ID that inflicts Burn. Hybrid IDs are referred to by combining the statuses they use, so Poise Burn. Pork. Wash that mouth with soap, buddy. The acronym is porn? I did Foxy. That was pretty cool. We'll do this again sometime soon because it's only around for 2 weeks, right? This Walpurgis thingy. And honestly, that was an enjoyable time. I don't really have any plans set in stone. In fact, would you guys want to see this again next Tuesday instead of Ruina? Or I could find another day for it as well. We'll see. Sometime where Pork and Alone So are free. Don't ask an Arknights player what we call Neural the Radiant Knight. I will fight you. I love Neural. I don't know what your acronym is, but I am at the point where I don't feel like I'm awake anymore, and I still gotta go make some food, so I can't rebuke whatever you're saying. Hopefully the collab reruns sometime next year. Failing that, you can always borrow the 8K collab ego from us. Yeah! How long is it going to take to finish Library? Probably a while. I'm like 10, 12 hours in. Yeah, I have no commitments in the near future. Just give me a heads up whatever day you're streaming next. I'm also going to make some Mac. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. Interesting game. Okay, so it's so weird. Allow me to ramble just for 1 minute here. It's weird. I like LobCorp, but I like the lore and like the setting. I like Ruina, but I like the gameplay more than I like the lore and setting so far, just because I'm Angela's lapdog. I don't like that. Meanwhile, this one I just like in general. I don't get the gameplay too well yet, but so far I like the characters, I like the setting. I like that we're actually seeing just the outside world, and we're not trapped in the confines of Angela's library. It's kind of cool. Like, if there were some way I could just spectate a world, I would love to spectate the LobCorp world. I'd love to see just the inner workings. Exactly, Dante. Synced on is good enough. Nice. Next stream we'll have... Oh, let's see. Months at minimum. Next stream we'll have battles that work a bit more like Ruina without the auto-targeting stuff. Okay. See you then. I don't know what I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I'll see you then. Have a great rest of your night. And once again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. That was fun. Follow me on Twitter if you want to know when I go live. Bye-bye. Oh, we'll be getting an update soon that makes reading logs for Fought Abnos soon, so that would help scratch that itch. Badass.